Alrighty, hello everybody, happy Monday. Hope y'all are doing well. We're back once again, finally, with some more blueprints. Go ahead and skip this for now. Yeah, we're back, finally ready to dive back into some more puzzle solving, some more puzzle searching with some blueprints here. Was I playing this with controller or mouse and keyboard? I don't remember anymore. I feel like it was mouse and keyboard. I guess we'll see. Yeah, it was. All right, continue. We're on day 9, apparently. We're still trying to figure some shit out. We've made some decent progress as of last time. That was last week. Wednesday was our last session. We only actually did 2 days last session because I was figuring out the big word puzzle for all the different artworks in the rooms. So we discovered what that was. We were able to piece it together, despite the fact that I was missing a couple. But yeah, I forgot we had the sauna last time, so we get extra steps at the start of this one. Let me open up my notepad before I forget. There we go. Notepad to open. I probably don't really need the note for what each room is anymore, but I at least have the overall clue, which is that if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. So that means that for all the safes that I guess we can find, or at least most of them, and the gates, or at least the one for the orchard probably, that there's a date that opens each one. A date is the combination, is what I mean to say. So, let's see. How do we want to start off here this time? Maybe we'll go outside. We have the West Gate path. We opened that, I think, last time as well. I forget. It might have been the time before that. But yeah, we did make it down through the fountain. So we figured that out as well. Down there we can go now. I think we're still only at one of the fires lit for the brazier thingy over there. Yeah, just one still. And I'm hoping at some point to be able to figure out how to unlock the orchard, but at least we know we're looking for a date somewhere, I guess. Let's go over here and unlock the outside room first and just see what we acquire. We have extra steps to play with, so I feel even less bad about doing it this time. Okay. We have no money to start with, so the trading post, I don't think the trading post is bad. I haven't tried it yet, actually, but, we should probably do that if we, at some point, either start with money or can kind of guarantee that we'll come back with money at some point. Eventually, either way, we'll try it out. Adds 8 classrooms to today's draft pool. Maybe the schoolhouse is something we should give a try, because there's probably classrooms we haven't seen yet. And one of the things we discovered last time was the music sheet puzzle, and that in the music room, there were 4 music sheets that said, it had words highlighted that were first words of and there's like another 4 pages we have to find, probably just in different rooms. The hovel thing also seems like we're probably going to want to try it eventually, at least anyways, because there could be progression stuff in the hovel, but I think we'll do the schoolhouse this time, because otherwise I'm not really sure what to do with my gems. Even though this would probably be extra good with the extra steps now that I think about it. But let's do the schoolhouse anyway. Stick to my guns here. Ooh, a coin. So let's say Herbie. There's a dig spot out here if we happen to be able to come back with a shovel. Ooh, a valve. Okay, well, I was correct in my assumption before that one of the rooms in the outer room would eventually have a valve. So I'm glad I sussed that correctly. I didn't expect it to be the schoolhouse, but that's certainly good nevertheless. What is this? Closing address. For the last 38 years, it has been my pleasure of serving as your schoolmaster in this humble little facility. And meager as it may look by Bonnard standards, I think most of us who spent our afternoons here will readily admit that we are reluctant to see this small piece of Reddington history go. I first wish to thank Lady Epson Our most gracious host today for not only paying attention in my classes those many years ago, but for all the fundraising she has done on behalf of our community and our children. Without her, Reddington Elementary would still be a distant and blurry vision, a vision that I dared not even dream. That dreamer is, of course, the incomparable Mrs. Peterson, our future principal and my reluctant successor, who I might add forced me to give this speech, so I think I'll end my praise of her there, though she deserves much more, I'll admit. To the architect of our new school, the Baron Sinclair, thank you for following in your father's footsteps and building Reddington yet another school, and for allowing the use of your own private residence and floor plans to serve as our interim facility until the new campus is completed in March. A decision I'm certain he will immediately regret tomorrow morning when he hears the children running through his halls. And lastly, I wish to thank all my students, many of you here today whom I have not seen in years, whose faces I still remember as young and manners wild. Those here whose parents before them I have also taught, and whose children I may yet. Without you, I would have had a lifetime of quiet peace, and yet what is all the peace in the world if you have no one to bestow demerits upon? Thank you all sincerely, and my time here has meant the world to me, and if I am still standing in 8 months, I will see you all at the slightly less melancholic ribbon-cutting ceremony next year. Better joke to end. Remember to give Mrs. Peterson her gift. Okay, I don't see any small text. I don't have a magnifying glass right now anyway. I could take pictures, but I think I'll hold off on that one. Okay, is that everything that we can get in here? I feel like you should get some chalk in this game. I feel like more games that involve puzzles should have like some sort of cool like mechanic that you could do with chalk. Chalk is an underutilized tool in gaming, I think. All right. So we have 1 coin, and we've now made permanent progress on the brazier. We're now at 2 of 4. My initial assumption is that room 46 is going to be accessed through there, but that might also just take us down to the other side of the fountain area and just be more progression for that. Speaking of which, is there anything I want to go down there for now? We have extra steps, so it might not hurt to just go check in case I'm forgetting something. It's a waste of a couple of steps at least, maybe more than a couple, but I want to just go look, refresh my memory. Everything that's down here and all that. Okay, good. This does stay open. I was a little concerned there. I do think it kind of sucks that it costs 2 steps just to get down here, though. I think that's a little bit lame. But yeah, we need to drain the reservoir by, I think, just 1 tick to get the boat at a level where we can maybe cross. Unless you can't use the boat, but I'm not sure how else you're supposed to drain the reservoir at this point until we can figure out how to get water into the reservoir tank, or sorry, the reserve tank. This also costs a step. Oh, right, the upgrade disc is permanent here. That was the reason I remember now that why we wanted to come here. This thing still, I don't know what the fuck to do with this. There's this map. I did take a picture of this before. And this says buried floor plan, I think. We don't know where that's supposed to be because we can only see number 5 is like fountain entrance. Doesn't really give us much to work with. But yeah, nothing else in this room I think I've really been able to interact with at all. So I don't really know what you do with this thing yet. Hey, Loma Cacao, how's it going? Good morning to you. We gotta figure out how to open that, but then, yeah, there's this other room in here. I guess I'll just quickly have a look at again. We can drag it back again afterwards. So yeah, in there is a big fucking turnstile puzzle we have to figure out at some point, but I don't think we can do anything with it right now, so it'll be for later. Let's drag this back in case we're able to come from the other direction. Not bad, not bad. Right now, I'm mostly going to be lurking, but we'll pop in every once in a while to chat. All right, sounds good. I hope that your work goes well. I definitely know how that is. Not only do I work from home all the time, but I often like to just kind of lurk in people's streams while I'm working, so especially in the mornings. It's nice to be able to chat when you can, but sometimes you just... lurk is all you can really do. Alright, let's head in and start exploring. We have an upgrade disc. I need to remember to use it if we get the chance. Library we haven't had for a little bit. We could take a library here. We could immediately dead end for a storeroom for items. Pantry would also be potentially fine. Let's get... it doesn't cost anything, so let's get a library. Because we did order a book. The pump system user manual. Yes. I should take a picture of this. I never know if something's going to suddenly come up in like a puzzle clue, like who rented or borrowed this book, you know, previously before you or whatever. Like it could just randomly come up, you know. I don't expect it to, but you never know. Because there's also dates in these things that could potentially pertain to a safe combination. So, pump system engineers specifically for leisure requirements, stays indoor swimming pool and spa. What are the little indicators? They're using a single tank system and an array of pumps. The water control panel serves as a central hub. Two tank, two selected source. All right. So that does at least kind of clarify the up and down arrow. It was a little confusing at first. I kind of knew that at this point, but it was a little confusing originally because the way the system is kind of worked, that it didn't feel entirely clear if up always meant like to tank, like if I was pulling water in or pushing water out, because of the way some of the pumps seem to work and the number of them. Quick start guide. Use water control panel to select water source. Use pump lever to select water flow direction. Wait, is that it? Oh, that sucks. So this gave us nothing. I mean, it's possible that... really just nothing else here. It's possible that the dates in there could be important for something, but yeah, unfortunately, it seems like there's nothing really else going on there, sadly. Oh well. I don't see any items in here either, so... but that's alright. I agree, it's nice to be able to chat whenever you get a chance during work. Yeah. Just nice to be able to kind of take a break and do stuff. Right, so there's the music room again. We wouldn't necessarily mind checking that out, although the classroom is new. We haven't been there. I've been to the music room. We've already found more or less what there is to find there, I think, unless there's something hidden I missed. Some of these rooms apparently have some hidden shit that I haven't found yet. So I need to be a little bit more thorough. I think the study would also be really nice because I haven't been there yet either, and that probably has something, but hopefully it'll come up again. I'm going to do the classroom so we have a... well, but that... these all connect here where I can already go, so maybe a dead end is the right way to go, even though it's a bad spot to dead end, but like everything else is kind of a functional dead end anyway, so I guess let's just do the study. All right. There's a lot of blueprints in here. I believe this is my first time in here. What is this? 44 letters in the message. Oh, this would have been the hint that we needed for the artworks. I was able to kind of start piecing this together on my own when I was looking at the artworks, and then with a little hint from Robin while we were doing that, we were able to figure out that the positions of them, like of the specific letters, never change. So like the rooms may change, but the artworks positions never change. So that way you're able to spell out a consistent series of words for us for one statement, which again is if we count small gates, 8 dates crack 8 safes. That's the statement. So we're looking for dates for safe combos. That's basically it. And for the combo, oh, speaking of, there's a safe in here. Is there perchance a date somewhere? Key, thank you. Coat cat, cold old, sturdy study, face ace. That one is. This one's probably to help you with the one in the entry hall, because you're gonna look at that as potentially as like the queen of diamonds and the ace of spades. So you might not immediately be like, "What the fuck is that supposed to be?" Because that one took me a second. Yeah, I believe you pointed that one out, Shadok. Also, how's it going? Good morning. Hope you're doing well. I don't know if it's possible with so little time left, but I need to remember to ask Anne if we can commission new artwork for all the rooms of the house. We need them produced in sets of 2, a pair for each room. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm thinking. I'm likely delusional to think this can be pulled off by Thursday. I wonder if that's why they're all like sketches, kind of, and not like, full paintings exactly. Whee! D8. Does D8 give me anything for this room? I'm looking for a combination for this safe, but I mean, D8 could mean date, but I need an actual date. Maybe like an 0408 situation. That's not a date. I don't know. Also, hey, Hera, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Like, I need an actual date, I assume, but because this could theoretically mean like date by it being D8, maybe that means something. We could try 0408, I guess. Oh yeah, we should check the blueprints. I mean, I can't read the blueprints though, so... Wait, that says D8 on it though. Is that supposed... That's not this room, is it? It's a different room, I think. Or is that... I don't know if that's... It's probably like a couch and something, or a table and something. I don't know, but it looks like D8 at the same time. There's like 8 meters by 6.5 meters here and here, but nothing exactly screams like 7 meters. I don't see another like obvious number, unless there's another number elsewhere. That does kind of look like a 2, sort of. Is there another blueprint that I can read? Nothing that I can really see anyway. Letter on the desk. Oh, this thing. I've already looked at these. As far as I know, there's no numbers or dates or anything on it. Just pertains to... They're just clues for the paintings, or the artworks in every room. I apologize for the jet noise, y'all. We're back to being shitty again. I don't know if the 44 could be important. I tried 0408 because it's like, well, not just 4 over, but D would be the fourth letter. And then 8th position, but that doesn't work. 4408 doesn't work. I feel like I'm probably just looking at this the wrong way, but I just don't know where else you're supposed to find the dates for all these things, you know? Like, they just seem like... It's almost like you should need them to be in the same room. 0804, yeah, we should try that. Nope. Neither of those. December 8th. Oh, yeah. True. Would that be the 8th of December? Shit. All right. Good call. I didn't even think about the month. Oh, we have 2 of the letters now. Yeah, that obviously wouldn't work for like everything, which is why I didn't really think of D as representing December, but that was definitely an oversight on my part because I should have thought of that. Since we're trying to make dates out of anything we can find. Man, these fucking jets, though. Jesus Christ. Fucking sit down already. I'm gonna mute for a second. Well, shit. We gotta read this, though. I'll just ignore it. December 8th. M, or is that an H? I guess it's an M. Be prepared for our plans to be set in motion in a month or two. It's all lining up and all of our hard work is about to come to fruition. I have just learned that several members of the museum's guard are sympathetic to our cause. I wonder where the M is like capitalized here. We suspect 2 or more to be pure opportunists whose loyalty extends only to their coin purse. Your uncle has already agreed to let us use Mount Holly's flexible floor plan for a trial run, assuming the red print we have secured of the museum's closed exhibit is in fact accurate and up to date. We should begin these trials without delay. Once you arrive, you can, if you can, within the next 2 months, fabricate some fiction that might alleviate us of the presence of servant staff until we meet on the shore of the White Sands, Caleb. So planning a heist. I don't know. Okay, well, we got another letter, and we got a gem for our troubles, too. Sorry, 1 second. There we go, okay. Alright, well, that's progress. That's cool. So, yeah, I want to start being, like, extra thorough to make sure I'm not missing secrets, because, apparently, I don't know where or anything. I may not have missed anything, but apparently there can be, like, part of the reason I suspect that I haven't found so many safes, aside from just that there's certain rooms I haven't rolled yet, is that I may not be looking hard enough for some of them because they might be hidden. Similar to the office one, there might be like things we have to uncover, so I should really be searching absolutely everything. All right, let's go up. See if we can maybe work our way back around to the left where we dead ended there. Security. Well, nothing goes up, unfortunately. That really kind of sucks. The den is also good, but it's kind of a waste of the den. If we're going to have to waste something here, I mean, I don't want to waste anything, but I guess we'll just do the security room just so we have it. Anything in the microwave? No? Oh, I have an upgrade disc, right? E. Later runs, you get so many more resources to work with. Yeah. I'm sure that helps a lot. Parlor upgrade, okay. Good thing we haven't rolled it yet. Three gems instead of two. It's always been two. Two wind-up keys. Like, I guess if you make a mistake. I don't really want to bank on making mistakes. I mean, it's nice, don't get me wrong, but like, if I get it on the first go, then the extra key is useless, and obviously we should just be trying to get it on the first go. Gem prize is equal to red rooms in your house. If you open an empty box in the funeral parlor, lose 30 steps. Ugh. Like, this seems useful if you're stacked on red rooms, but I often get the parlor really early, so I'm just gonna take the easy one right now and do an extra gem in the prize. All right, let's go this way. Hallway should be fine. We don't necessarily need the passageway here. It costs 2 gems. Let's try to save the gems. The nook will let us go further right, and we definitely need that. We don't want to dead end further, so let's do the nook then. It's kind of our only option. It's not been the best roll to start. I mean, I'm glad we got the study. That was cool, but a little bit lacking on movement here, or rooms to connect to, I should say. Get out of here, bot. Okay. Well, there's the classroom we were looking for. I guess I could spend my gems. I don't know if it's a great idea, but we have the outer room that lets us roll more classrooms. So the music room already came up. We have not had the classroom yet, so even if we don't get a lot of rooms and we run out of gems immediately, I want to make sure we're trying to get new rooms. What is this? My favorite color is Resident Evil D. All right. Name Freddy B minus color worksheet. Fill in each object below with its correct color. Blue, green, yellow, orange, red, purple. Yellow print. Grade 1. Apple. Okay, nothing there. Colors. Blue, green, yellow, violet, red, orange. Caleb. You must really like red. 2 out of 12. 2 out of 12. Could that be a date? Hey, Robin, how's it going? Hope you had a good weekend as well. The flags. Okay. Each color is only used twice. That would suggest that because they used blue and red too many times that something is wrong. Like, this should be green, and then maybe the flag should be yellow or purple. I guess it's not purple because there's the grape, so it would be yellow. Let me just take a picture of all these. It's Benny. Everyone's favorite color is red, apparently. All right, we got pictures of everything. This one seems to have the correct color combinations, except that it was still graded as a B plus 10 out of 12. I guess the presumption would be that the purple flag below or the flag below should be purple and the flag on the top right should be orange, probably. All right, I still don't really know what that means out of anything yet, but why is the 8 sideways like an infinity symbol? I'm taking a picture of this too. Can't really do anything with that. It looks like it's a inflatable volleyball globe thing. Classroom puzzle. Can you find the difference? Yes, I already know that. Okay, I don't really see anything else. I'm not really sure what to make of this. I see that it's like a mountain, an hourglass, and like a chevron or something. I don't know what the fuck else they're supposed to be, but like the flag colors are important, and I'm assuming it's just the flags, but that basically the colors should be. And everybody fucking loves red for some reason. Yellow, purple, orange. Doesn't really tell me a lot because I don't know what the flags pertain to yet, but I guess, you know, we've got pictures, so I will have to keep it in mind, I guess, because I don't think there's anything immediate to solve in here. Alright, let's continue. Parlor, we don't have yet, but it's going to dead end us again. Maybe we should just do it, though. Get some gems. We can go back through the hallway, but that is a little risky that we're getting so few things here. But we're early enough, we shouldn't be running into any key locked doors yet, and we already have keys, so I think we're okay to do this. Although it's not the greatest for later rooms, necessarily. Alright, pick this up. Are there any dates on this? May the 2nd? Let's take a picture of it. I don't think I took a picture of this before. Okay. Wonder why people in Reddington like the color red. Right. Don't see any other items. I do like that if you spawn the parlor at an edge that you actually get to see outside the windows. Okay. All 3 boxes contain gems. Well, we know that's a lie. The other 2 boxes contain gems. That should be a lie. This box contains gems. That should be true. Now, I'm trying not to overthink this. That seems extraordinarily easy. Nothing else is saying that a different box wouldn't have gems. So it feels like it's a very straightforward one. Again, let me make sure somehow the rules didn't change. They shouldn't have. The other 2 were always empty. So we know this and this have to be false. So this would have to be true. Thank you. All right, back it up. The den, I think, is the play here, so we can go back to the left as well. And it doesn't cost anything, so. All right, again, look for possible secrets on everything. Anything to interact with. Geese got anything special going on here? Nope. Don't see any extra items either, just one gem. The mandatory thing. Okay. That seems to be it then for now. Let's go to the right first since we're already at this side. Spread gems in each green room. That seems useful. Bedroom's useful if we have to come back through it. Commissary would dead end. It's probably not a great place for it. Let's do the patio. I'm not even sure if I've spawned the patio yet. Let's do that. I don't think I have. Buried below. Occasionally you may discover small mounds of dirt in certain rooms. Blah, blah, blah. We already know that. Here comes another jet. I apologize in advance. I don't think I can do anything with the smoker. Any shovels around? I see multiple dig spots here. There was one in another room earlier. I forget what it was. It might have just been the outer room, since I put down the schoolhouse. But yeah, we'll keep in mind that there's dig spots in here, I guess. Okay, well that seems to be all I can do here right now. Office. I feel like we should go into the office again. We did the upgrade disc already, but this connects above the den, which is good. And we have gems, and there's a safe in there we haven't opened. Maybe we can find a date in here that I missed before. Now that we know that we're looking for dates specifically. So we should spread money, I guess, since we're early enough. Don't think there's anything else we need to do here. I'll look. I spent a lot of time playing Blueprints. I'm at day 72 now. I just discovered a new riddle / clue that I have no clue what to do with. All right, fair enough. I'm assuming this still doesn't do anything. Yeah, okay. At some point, we'll probably be able to activate that. Yeah, you have to get that. I haven't been to the shelter yet. I think that's the outer room one, though. Staff announcements. Yeah, I've seen the staff stuff, but I can look at them again, I guess. Oh, does it update? I looked at that before, but I didn't see anything previously because they all seem like the same stuff here. Also, this, I think, pretty much solidifies that we're in 1993 there. Yeah, This is also not Earth. The land masses are all different. I mean, I guess. I'm not sure that that matters much, but I'm just saying the current date is 93, meaning that when we looked at those books like last time, it wasn't saying that 93 was a previous date, that it was the current date. All right, money. This also says the greenhouse. I didn't really pay attention to that before, but I guess if we roll the greenhouse, that's where the broken lover is. Okay. So March of the Count. Oh, whoops, I didn't press enter. Okay, well, we tried that before. I'm pretty sure. Because I read this before and was like, oh, March, yeah, sure, maybe that means something, but it doesn't really give me a lot. It's part of a date. 2 is like the second in the list. That could be 5, but I've tried this. I've tried 05, 03, 03, 05. Yeah, I figure it's here in the room. It's just confusing. I'm assuming March is to do with the correct one because it's the only one with a specific month. I mean, fall could be something technically, but that doesn't give you a specific date. Did I miscount it? Do I need to count every letter? I thought it might be 15. Okay, well, that wouldn't be a date anyways, but I just figured maybe it was like a partial date and then just a count number. Am I just supposed to be finding a fucking day somewhere else? Like, I could brute force it and just try every fucking day in March, but that's annoying. Hey, Sass, how's it going? There's nothing in here that suggests a specific day either. And I don't see anything else in the room that gives anything about a day as well. So, what? March is all they give you. Like, count has to mean something, but, like, count what? Count everything, count one word, count multiple words, count the position of this line in the series of lines. I've done all that. Going good. Finally beat the stupid dragon in Baldur's Gate 3 that I've been struggling with for such a long time. Such a BS fight. Yeah. Are we talking the Act 1 one that you can fight optionally, or one of the later game ones? This is so stupid. What? Why? Someone feel free to explain that one to me. Why is it 0303? Look at the safe. What about it? Hey, Moisty. On top. The statue? Of a bald man? Okay, how am I supposed to know that's the bust of a count? There's a bust of a count in the room that has 3 gates. Okay, this room is not that room. Let me reiterate. If the solution is in this room, that doesn't involve another room, just to clarify. So it does in fact involve multiple rooms. Anyway, how's it going, Moisty? No, I understand there's 3. You're missing the point. This is just a statue. Nothing about this statue says the word count, gives you the idea that it's a count, or anything like that. It's just a guy. This game is great, Moisty. Like, you would more than likely enjoy this. I've been trying to convince multiple people to play it. It's definitely tricky. There's a lot of like very hidden stuff. It's puzzly, but it's not like super hard puzzly. It's just more that you're gonna explore a lot until you figure shit out. Assuming people, don't backseat you at all or anything like that. But as long as everyone's good about that sort of thing. I don't know if he's a count or not, but you count the statues. I mean, I guess that makes more sense. Yes. That I can understand, sure. It's not a date, but it at least makes sense. Once again, the 8 is sideways to look like an infinity symbol. Dear Mr. Sinclair, thanks for promptly answering all our demands not involving the police and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you had hoped to never hear from us again, we had given you back the envelopes. We felt that one final red letter of our own was merited given the circumstances. Hopefully you will not be as careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehensions aside. I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you'd expected to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. You're already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain, so why write to you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points, and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize, despite what you may believe you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your young nephew. I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. If we gave any impression that we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects, and yes, while we admit that, our word choices might be questionable, even so that would be reasonable to accuse us of being intentionally misleading. We hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there is nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extortion of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. We want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to, and you thought this letter couldn't get more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty as sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompense will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealings, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever Anonymous X. Okay. Anyway, how's it going, Roth, by the way? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I get now that it's just, you're just counting the busts here. When I first came upon the office, like in my first or second day, I took a look at all of the busts and did notice that there were more of this guy. And then I just kind of disregarded that after a bit because I was like, well, I don't know who that is, so it could be anything. All right. Oh, we're up to 3 red letters now. Whatever that means. Bedroom will let us go further north, which is good. We don't really need another dead end, so I guess let's do that. There's some pretty hard riddles in the late game. Like the last one, I did need you to translate stuff from a fake language the game made up, as well as going to certain positions at a certain time of day, but that late game... That is late game, is, and you don't need to get to 46. Yeah. Still trying to look at everything to make sure I'm not missing like hidden levers, hidden details in anything. There's nothing really else in this room right now, unfortunately. Okay. Well, I guess the passageway would be good here. The pantry would also be kind of nice, but we might as well just keep our options open, although that's probably going to have several locked doors. Yep. I'll use one here. We've not yet had the utility room come up yet. The gymnasium wouldn't be a bad thing to place. Just to kind of have it there, and because we can always like just go through it as an emergency if we need to, but there's no guarantee there's not going to have another locked door there, so let's just put a closet here. Reroll die is good, and a shovel, sick. We started this day with extra steps, so I think it's probably worth backtracking at least to the patio to dig up those spots. And then maybe we'll come back through the den and see what's that way. It's a bit of an extra expense, but I think it's probably worth it. The other dig spot was way out in the outer room, so unless we find... Ooh, turnip should prove to be a nutritious snack, plus 6 steps. Hell yeah. I prefer like a key or something at this point. Coin is okay. Yeah, let's go through this side of the den. I want to kind of explore this way a little bit if I can. Just try to open up some more rooms. Do we want to have it cost a gem for 8 coins? And possibly other stuff to do. Because we've only been to the rumpus room once, and I don't know that I paid a lot of attention to it. The spare room would cost nothing and do the same movement. Rumpus is such a silly word, yeah. Let's just do it. we can mess with the fortune teller again, so we should probably do that. So we got a lot of coins, so. Again, any possible things to click on? Secrets, checkers, backgammon. Nothing. I wonder if these chess pieces, like these giant chess pieces, mean anything, because you see them in certain rooms, and it just makes me wonder if, like, you were to treat like this whole thing kind of like a big chessboard, but it's not really the right shape. So I don't know. But just about everything in this game feels so deliberate in terms of its placement that I would not be surprised. All right, Zoltar, make me big.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both. Now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair.
Yeah, the VA is pretty good.
I see 8 red envelopes.
I had a feeling that it was going to be 8,
resting upon 8,
given the spacing of them in the inventory.
and in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great
Another hint, I guess, if you haven't figured that out by this point.
Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Okay. Well, let's continue this way. Well, that's an unfortunate roll. We could redraw. I don't know if I should save it, though, but we're missing this entire side. It doesn't mean we won't eventually be able to work our way back down, maybe, but extra steps would be good. There could be something in the pantry, maybe that pertains to the orchard. I've said that before, and I've looked there before, but I wasn't looking for dates specifically, so I don't know. The commissary, despite all of these effectively dead ending, could still be useful if we want to buy something, but maybe we just do the redraw here. It's probably better to save it, but I'm going to do it. Okay, just so we can at least continue. We could get rid of the chapel here just so we have a way through, but let's, I guess, do the spare room. That doesn't cost us money initially. I still want the spare room at some point to open up, and maybe it will somehow. Maybe it's connected to something else. But I don't know. I feel like at some point there needs to have something occur here where it like progresses or something. Okay, well the pantry would be fine here. I am spending a lot of steps, but you know, it's extra movement, plus we get a banana anyway, so. Money. Alright, so this guy. I still don't know how much an orange is, but we know it's 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. which could be a clue to something. Like maybe it's nothing, maybe it does mean something though, because apples normally are a 2 and bananas are a 3. So it'd be like 10, 15, something. If oranges are like 5, then it's like 10, 15, 25. Maybe you're adding those together, maybe it means nothing, I don't know. But I don't need a picture of that. I can remember that much. I just didn't remember if there was a date anywhere on the note. It says Friday. All right. Let's see what's down at the other end. Didn't we get... You can get multiple classrooms? The green... Oh, man, that's a weird spot for the greenhouse. The greenhouse will have a gem in it, in theory. Because of the patio. But it also costs us a gem. It's also where the broken lever would be, and we haven't had the greenhouse yet, but I don't know if it's a good place for it, because it would also have to backtrack to it. Grades 1 through 8. And, so you can have up to 9 classrooms. So I'm guessing each classroom can have different stuff in it. You don't have to get multiple classrooms in each one for them to go up, do you? Is it random, or do you actually have to get like a different one each time? Also, hey, Crypt. I'm not sure. Hi, everybody? Question mark? Starts at 1 each day? Oh, shit. That kind of sucks, because that's a lot of classrooms to have to roll. It's expensive for me to spend that here right now, too. We're in exploratory territory, though, so let's do it. Okay, those don't change. Grade 2. Mathematics. It's starting to add up. I mean, these are the same colors as the dartboard puzzle. It better not be just pertaining to the dartboard puzzle. Let's have a look at the work. At least we get an apple. Mathematic worksheet directions. Find each sum without using signs. You can obviously do just colors. Rob. Look at the colors. Hey. I guess I'll take pictures of all of these as well. I'm gonna have so many fucking pictures on my phone of this game eventually. Jenny W. As a Rob, I feel attacked by that grade. Penelope. Penelope. I don't know if there's anything particular we have to pay attention to in these. And again, I have photos. Obviously, she got some stuff wrong. Got a picture. There might be important information on one of those, I don't know, but for now we've hit a dead end. It might have given us a clue to something later, possibly, but it's hard to say. All right, let's continue. Back the other way. I think you basically have this down with the dartboard puzzle. Yeah. If that's basically all that really pertains to, then that kind of sucks a little bit, but it is what it is. If we get the garage, I'll go back out to the outer room, but I'm not going to backtrack all the way to the outer room from here because it's just a waste of way too many steps. But I would like to go back out there to dig that if we get the chance. Math was way easier before the squares and flags started messing everything up. Here's the laboratory. We can't do it because it's a... I guess let's take the chapel. Any coins in here by chance? We did spread coins throughout the house, but I guess that only spreads coins in rooms you've been in. I kind of forgot about that. So if we were to go back to some, there might be some extra coins, but outside of that, I'm not sure that it makes much of a difference. There's the utility closet. Let's get that. Maybe shouldn't have done it there, but... Okay. If the dark room does show up, we have to turn it back on, I guess. Right, I guess we leave it on by default. I don't really remember exactly how this works, but I know the lights turn off. But maybe you should leave it on to start, and then after it spawns, then you come back and turn it on. See, but yeah, there's like a white bishop in here. At some point, I'll try to see if I can figure anything out with those. Key left. Courtyard, we do have a shovel, but I don't have any gems. Well, this sucks. I only have one key. I still have not rolled the lavatory. It might be cool to just get it, just for the hell of it, because I haven't found it yet, and I don't know what secrets could be in there. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe I should just do it. It might be literally nothing in there, but I've never rolled the lavatory. I feel like the Great Hall is a trap because we just don't have keys, and we might get keys, and then I might regret not rolling it. But I'm just going to do this just to experience it.
Doma, Doma!
It's real. Heyday spicy.
Hey, how's it going? Thank you so much for the 41 months. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. It looks like there's nothing at all in here, which is kind of what I expected, but I kept thinking it's like, it just seems like it's meant to just be kind of a wasteful room that dead ends, which is not a bad thing to get out of your deck if you're at a corner, but I thought maybe they'd plant like a secret in here somewhere, but I'm not seeing anything to really interact with either. The secret is that you're a vampire? Yeah, no reflection. Oh no. You too, I'm doing alright. I have to take Avocado to get her vaccine tomorrow, and I'm a bit nervous. That's fair. But I hope everything will be all good, though. Alright, I guess we will return. Just waste us a bunch of money, but at least we got the utility closet. This is potentially where things are going to end, though. We've only got one key left, and we're using it now. Dining room. We don't really need the dining room yet, but it does connect both directions. We could backtrack to it. The mailroom is useful, but I feel like it's maybe not the right choice right now. Let's just go dining room and hope that both the doors aren't locked. God, I'm sorry about the jet noise, y'all. I'm gonna mute for just a second. All right, well, this one's not locked. We can, I guess, boudoir it. That's really our only option here. We can make our way all the way back to the outer room if we need to, just to get that, you know, one dig spot up. And if there's something there, great. Otherwise, that's going to be the end of our run, wherever we kind of dead end here. But that's okay. We got an upgrade disc. We discovered some things. We got new photos of different shit. Oh, we can get a gem here. Can't believe Oblivion Remake is real, and Reddit went down at the same time as Bethesda posted the teaser image. Yeah. I'm like clicking on everything just to see what may or may not hold potential secrets. Like this little candelabra thing. It's missing a candle. It seems suspicious to me, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Observatory keeps us moving for now. We can also redraw with the cost of a gem, but we only have one gem, so no matter what we do, we're kind of screwed. The redraw might even be the smarter play, but we could redraw like just nothing but dead ends. I'm gonna go observatory, get another star at the very least. That's something to consider as progress, I think. Get our gem back, I guess. That's cool. So that was room 8. Or, sorry, rank 7, I guess. Wasn't that like 9 things, though? I guess it just gives you like random ones. Because that's a 5 and that's a 4, so that would have been 9 total, but it said it was rank 7. Or maybe it's just saying 7 was the most recent one we got. Yeah, because it goes from 8 to 11, so maybe we already got 8. That's why. I just don't remember getting 8. We're still in it for the moment. Man, the cloister would hit hard right now, but unfortunate. We can't get that. While drafting, you will no longer be able to see all 3 of your potential floor plans. That sucks so bad. I'm not taking the fucking weight room. Fuck that. The archives could be okay if it just loses you one choice, but that's still really bad. I'm gonna redraw. Ouch. Fuck you, dude. What the fuck am I supposed to do about that? Alright, well. Hooray, we got the Great Hall that we can't do anything about. I'm not even gonna step in there because I don't have any keys. I guess the only thing we can do at this point is go all the way back outside and try to dig up. Wait, did we try that? Wait, this was locked, yeah. We can try to dig up the one dirt mound in the outer room and see if we get a key or something. But otherwise, we can just explore some shit outside just to see if there's anything to find. Like, maybe we can somehow figure out the orchard. Although I don't know how I would. Still haven't been to the vault. I don't think I've been there. Four-way star blessing is pretty bad because most four-way rooms are pretty much suck and are super expensive. Yeah, especially getting it late with like no resources. It's pretty awful. We actually have a lot of money too. We just didn't really get any, you know, good chances to really spend it. The commissary did admittedly come up twice, but they were always in really bad spots for me to really roll it. So I was just like, well, I'll do a different thing instead. But that was really it. And I'm not sure that the commissary would have helped us much at this point unless there were keys for sale. And of course, it's got nothing in it. Any other dirt piles? I think that was the only one. Yep. Alrighty then. Well, that's that. But hey, at least we made permanent progress on this. The valve is turned, so the brazier now has there's now 2 braziers lit out here. Yeah, unfortunately, the commissary did come up. Like I said, it actually came up twice, but it just kept ending up like I'd effectively be dead ending it each time I tried that. So I was just like, well, that's probably not a good idea. But now I kind of wish that I had. Just having a little look around at everything here. I want to be able to light these torches. I wonder if you could somehow get like a lighter or something that if like you could light these torches that somehow like afterwards, like the following day, the boxes would get cleared. That'd be kind of a cool detail, but I don't know that such a thing exists. Developer, you need to fix this. I don't actually care. Someone posted a tedious but easier way to do the raid stage 2 in Fallout 76, which is almost impossible with less than 3 people. Probably an unintended way, though, so probably going to get patched, maybe on Tuesday, but this method has allowed me to do the rest of the raid, so now we've beaten the big raid boss with 4 of my 5 characters. Hey, nice. Sounds pretty sick. I don't assume these gates can be opened. I think when the statement, the big painting, or sorry, drawings puzzle talked about including small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes, all that kind of shit, I think it was referring specifically to the small gate of the orchard, but there could be another small gate somewhere. With that said, I think I still don't have any sort of clue as to what date this is supposed to be. I just don't think I've found anything pertaining to it at all. You know, unless the little pantry note means something, but I don't know how I would discern that at all, like what the order of anything would be. And we got the flags from the classroom, but again, I don't know what those mean either. Also, at the beginning of the stream, we got the library, and I got the pump room book since we ordered that last time, and it doesn't help at all. I took a picture of the library card thingy in it to see who borrowed it previously and at what date and stuff, but that was the only information it really gave me otherwise. I'm just scrolling through my pictures right now. I'm looking at different ones. There's also the one with the periodic table of elements in the I think it was the laboratory. I have no idea how that puzzle's going to come about, but I'm sure it definitely means something. And random picture of waffles and chicken soup that I took. Okay. I feel like I need more pictures of things, honestly, as many as there are. Yeah, I don't think I have anything that pertains to this. Again, unless the pantry note means something, but all it really says, aside from the word Friday on it, just in the middle of the first paragraph, there's no dates, really, but it mentions 5 apples, 5 bananas, and 5 oranges, and we know the step count of the first two is 2 and 3, which would be 10 and 15 respectively. But I don't know what oranges are. They could be 4, they could be 5. Probably not 6, since that's turnips. Accidentally ends up on Instagram, stares for hours at food pics. What could it all mean? What do I discern in these tea leaves, and what patterns does the syrup in this on this waffle create? Yeah, there's a valve over there inside the orchard. There's definitely stuff in the little shed over there. I wonder if it gives you like a second outer room. That'd be cool. But yeah, I just have no fucking clue what this is. The other thing too is, like, I wouldn't know how to add the numbers together if they're supposed to be added. For that little grocery list thing, and it would make sense if they were in different colors, because then you'd know what the mathematical, what the math equation is supposed to be. But it doesn't really give you anything like that. So I think we have hit our dead end now. I don't believe there's any other dates we can find at this point. Or anything to give us a clue for the orchard, so I think we are going to have to call it a day, unfortunately. But, you know, we made some decent exploratory progress on this one, so, you know, as long as we don't have, like, hit a dead end and feel like we didn't accomplish anything, that's the only time it's going to feel regretful. I'll say that the answer to the orchard gate is very obvious when you see it. Okay. Architect's Villa. We've gotten that before. Day 10. Okay, let's start with the outer room again. We don't start with the nice 20 extra steps this day, because the only reason we did last time is because we had a sauna on the previous run from last stream. Tomb. Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread 5 coins in the tomb. Okay, so it's a place where you can come back and get stuff. Let's get a shelter this time. There's apparently a terminal in the shelter, and I haven't had this yet, so. And the only reason I know that is because I went to look at the remote desktop feature of the office terminal and realized that it said a thing about the shelter being one of the offline ones. Canned veggies, soup, canned water, canned fruit, vitamins, canned cans. Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed with your plan and have disabled remote access to the other terminals and have sealed the network mainframe. Regardless of the danger, I'm still not willing to risk removing shelter from the draft pool. While the 3 of you are down there, our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Okay. time lock save. What? Okay. Shelter's time lock save can be accessed by setting an unlocked date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Once unlocked, the time lock save will remain open for 4 hours. Shit, I don't know what day it is. Wait, hang on, maybe I do. I think it might be the 17th of November. Because we had the book on from the library last run, and it said that unless it shows the current date and not the day that you requested it, in which case it would be the 16th. Is there a way to just see? Oh, why can't I? There we go. Maybe there's a way to see the date somewhere. Yeah, I kind of wish that you just always had the magnifying glass. I think it's a little silly that you don't. Okay. Nothing really tells me here. It says day 10. Radiation monitor. Measurement of the radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. The readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 USV or higher, emergency protocol will initiate and unlock. And all doors in the house will automatically unlock. Oh. I assume that's pretty low. 0.09. Try the 16th. I don't know what time it is though either. Do you have any way of knowing what time it is? I guess if there was a clock in the room, I would know, but I haven't seen a clock recently. I could run to the entrance hall and see if there's a clock in there. The day starts at 8 a.m.? Okay, thanks. That's useful. November, let's try the 16th. It's either the 16th or 17th, I think. Let's try 9. So it should unlock soon. I could wait here, I guess. Like, time does advance as you linger, right? It's not just as you move from room to room. Just so I'm not wasting my steps, but I don't know how long it'll take for an in-game hour to pass. One thing the game isn't great about is giving clues. Like, there's a way to get clues, but those are so badly hidden or up to RNG that you most likely will not encounter them until after you've probably figured it out already. Yeah. But every 5 to 10 minutes an hour passes. All right, let's wait here for a few minutes. We'll just chat for the moment. That way I don't have to waste any steps. coming back later. Assuming that it's not already 9. I wish I knew. I feel like we got here pretty quickly. The question is, did we get the time set quickly enough, or did it already advance to 9 and now it's, you know, is it going to think that it's 9 the next day, or is it the the following year? Is it already the 17th? We don't know. I'm glad the Oblivion Remaster announcement stream is at the same time. Fallout 76 is down for patch maintenance. Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, like, for example, certain clues to things like the dartboard puzzle, for example, have definitely... For some reason, I thought the hand on this looked like a slightly different shade before, so I thought maybe I was able to open it now, but... Does it need to put up at least +1 hour for it to unlock, didn't it? So putting down AM shouldn't work? Well, why not? Like, if it was... Well, I guess it would have been after 8, right? So yeah, I guess that makes sense. Alright, let's do 10. Assuming not too much time has passed anyway. We'll give it a couple minutes. I don't want to keep setting it later and later, or else we're going to be sitting here all fucking day. Can we talk about how bad the Pope was at his job? I mean, it says in the Bible that Jesus rose on the 3rd day, but then the Pope man goes and kicks the bucket on the 3rd day instead. I think as the head of the church, he'd be familiar with the rules. Yeah. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I'm never really surprised to hear about the passing of a Pope. They're always old, but... I think in recent years he was probably the most, like, kind of generally chill and progressive Pope that we've had, so I guess we'll see what we get next. I'm not Catholic, so it's not like it matters much to me one way or the other, but as far as like an important world figure is concerned. 3rd day, Jesus ate the soul of the Pope to rise again. How bad? Again, like, I wish it would just tell you if that date's not going to work. It's just the whole thing about this game is, like, you just have to guess at certain shit. And you just don't know if certain things actually work. Because for all I know, it's actually the November 17th and not the 16th, because we got the book yesterday, and on the checkout date it said November 15th, 1993. But does that mean that yesterday was November 15th? Or does that mean that the previous day when I requested the book was November 15th? You know, like, it doesn't really tell me that. So I don't really know. I just have to guess. To be fair to the guy who was 88 years old and had been very ill for a long time. Yeah. I mean, sure, you can tell me, just so I'm not guessing. Like, if the... Because there's no way for me to confirm it. If the library book means that that was the same day or the previous day. Because if it was the previous day, then I should be putting in November 17th, not November 16th. I don't know. Mechanics like this are always kind of, like, mildly annoying, I think. Like, as much as I love blueprints, like, the issue with needing to guess about a specific date and time because they can't do you the common courtesy of just putting, like, a fucking watch on your wrist or some shit. Day 1 is November 7th, so day 10 should be the 16th. Okay. So we have that correct. The question is, did I put in... Was it already past 10 p.m.? Or 10 a.m., I mean? Or should we just keep waiting around? I don't want to then set it to 11 only to run into the exact same thing, so I might need to jump ahead to like noon or 1. But then we're going to be waiting in this room for a while. Yeah, it stays open for 4 hours, it said. And it only costs us like 2 steps to get back here, but then another 2 steps back. So however far I'm going in, I'm going to be losing a bunch of steps to come all the way back if I do it too late. Alright, well, I guess let's just... So we're not just sitting here. But I don't really enjoy a mechanic like this. I feel like it's kind of unnecessarily precious about it. November 16th. Let's just say noon. Go find a room with a clock and see if we haven't already missed it, hopefully. Yeah, we got some time yet. So we actually were close. 10 a.m. would have worked. It just wasn't quite there yet. Let's go back in a little bit. With that being the case, I'm not going to venture super far. We could put the bedroom down just so we get some steps back, I guess. Seems like a weird play, but we'll do it. Just so that, you know, the going through this room part of it doesn't cost us steps back and forth. Key is nice for our troubles. We already kind of clicked on everything in this room, so assuming nothing changes in that regard, I think we should be okay. We don't have any money yet, so the chapel might be alright to just put here at this point. Save our gems. Money there, but I'll hold off since we have to backtrack anyway. All right, we're sheltered. Does this stay for as long as the chapel is here? It's not just like the first 3 times we walk in, right? It's the first 3 red rooms. I gotta remember that that's the thing, though. June 15th, 1983. I will take a picture just in case. I've already read this, but... Click on all the things just in case. Coat check at some point maybe, but not right now. The parlor is kind of an unfortunate dead end, but let's just get it because these other ones are kind of Oh, apple. The gems are in the false box. The gems are in the false box. Only one of the other boxes is false. This can't be true, though, because these statements are the same. So if only one of these was a lie, then it would have to be different from the other one. So this has to be a lie. Which means these are both true, so it should be in the black box. Okay, let's give it just a little bit yet. I don't think it's noon yet, so don't backtrack yet. The nook for more keys, probably. The kitchen would be kind of nice to have, but I don't want to spend the gem on it just yet, so yeah, let's get a nook. Keys, I feel like, are just so often the bane of my runs, making it anywhere super significant. Keys and gems, both, but mostly keys. Another observatory. I guess we could dead end here. We can't access going up from the chapel anyway, but
Bakusa.
Zainab expert, thanks for the follow. That could be okay, although being able to go further right from here might also be good. But maybe let's just take the 10 extra steps, get the dead end out of the deck. We need to do some backtracking anyway, and the bedroom often has, yeah, a gem or something in it. I don't think there's anything else in here. Just clicking on all the things just in case. Alright, I don't think there's anything else in here. But we got our 10 free steps. All right, let's backtrack. Yeah, see, there's like chess pieces in every room. And I don't know if their positions change or not. We'll have to try to pay attention to that at some point. Or not every room, but most rooms. It's not quite 11 yet. Let's go to the right. Observatory, closet dead end, storeroom dead end. We could use items. And we still have a means of getting up and potentially over from here. But it's risky regardless. I think we'll go observatory, even though I kind of think the items are maybe the better play, but it's always a gamble no matter what. When you introduce a lot of dead ends, like early on, it's less of a gamble, don't get me wrong, but I just don't want to close off my corridors too quickly. Okay, apples are extra delicious, and the extra 3 steps is fine. So if we find any more apples, that might be useful. Sort of sucks a little bit. I guess the pantry, or I mean the spare room. Business is a gamble. I hate these old men. I'm getting nothing that's going right, which sucks. So I'm thinking we put like a closet or something here. Or maybe, we could get the maid's chamber out of the rotation. It does kind of fuck the entrance hall. Because I was thinking about putting a dead end room here and a dead end room here, but it would be better to have a dead end room here and then just something else that goes up. So that we have multiple chances up. So I guess we'll do the den. It's kind of a waste of the den. But a little bit. But I just, having only one option to go up is not a great thing. The maid's chamber won't affect us because of the shelter effect. It would be nice to get it out of the rotation. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna gamble. Because we've never been in here before. And I want to discover new things. Nice goose. Staff notes. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. As with unprecedented sadness, we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly, H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Mrs. Babbage for details. And following the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work in Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Probably seen this picture somewhere else before, but I'll take a picture of the picture real quick. Wait a second. Mila. There's a maid angel in the chapel with a number associated with her, and it just makes me wonder if this means something then. Maybe we'll find other statues like that with names or something. I'm not gonna put... I guess we could put the commissary here, but it's such a fucking weird spot for it. It's just a waste of the corridor. And the commissary would at least connect to the chapel, so we can still go back through from here if we need it as a connection point. It's just kind of, no matter what, this is kind of bad. We could use the lavatory. The only reason I'm considering not doing that is because it'll use our last shelter charge. Because it's a red room that doesn't have an effect, but I think the shelter thing will still count because it's a red room. I mean, I could be wrong, but I guess let's just put the commissary in there and see if there's anything in here, and if nothing else, we can come back here to buy something if we get more money. Still no dirigiblocks available yet, but what do you have for sale? Gems, salt shaker is nice, metal detector is nice. Can't really afford much right now. Alright, let's head back. Yeah, so Mila is number 5, if that pertains to that. I don't know what that means, but I guess we, just so we're not spending any more steps, let's head back to the outer room. It's not going to be open yet, but it should be open soon. I hope we don't have to, like, be outside of the room for the safety to open for some reason. I doubt it would work that way, but... Tim and Eric's get every time I hear blank is a gamble. That thing plays in my head. Yeah. I think I've seen that before. Alright, so we'll wait here for just a minute. I think since we have to wait for just a minute anyways, I'm going to quickly take a restroom break now. I'll be back and we'll chat for a couple minutes while we wait for the safe to open. But yeah, give me 1 minute here. I will be right back. I'm back. I just realized I should have left the game unpaused. But also I went to quickly heat up some more coffee really fast because I forgot to fill my cup earlier. Oh well. You think about these things after you do shit. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Excuse me. Let's see. I'm just looking through. Sorry. Oh, the safe opened. It was completely soundless. I was looking at my phone. I was looking at the pictures. One thing has me thinking a little bit. There could be other angel statues with names on them, but since we're trying to find like combinations, one thing that stands out to me about the angel statue that we found is that it's the statue of a maid, but it could be the statue of any of them, really. But the name on the statue is like Mila, M-I-L-A, but something kind of similar to that, and maybe I'm overthinking this, is that in the chapel, that same sort of like maid angel, or any of the angels in there, are represented by Roman numerals. Now, she's represented by the numeral 5, which potentially could also be seen as like an upside down A. But I'm just thinking that the other letters, M, I, and L, are all represented as Roman numerals as well. Because, well, 1 would be 1, or sorry, I would be 1. L, I think, is 50. I'm pretty sure M is 1,000. So that could be like 1,150 something. If the A is like a 5 upside down, maybe. I don't know what A is off the top of my head, if A even is something, because I don't remember it. But it could be like the upside down V for a 5. But then again, why not just put a V, unless they wanted those two things to be put together? For you to figure that out. I don't know. But that's where my head's at right now. I'm looking at that and I'm thinking 11, 5, 1, something, 1155, possibly. But then again, maybe you just put something else on there. Alright, dear uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me. I don't know why that word seems... like, even right there, that V looks like an upside down A to me. And my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past years, suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 6 years ago. Circulating rumors of those months did not but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I'm aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Okay. So you realize that maybe, your uncle didn't do anything wrong and you don't feel the need to apologize? Okay. Last week I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the Red Border to the southern seafront, and I believe that this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing. A date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the Ruby Crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe the scenario entirely plausible, And the fact that 2 of the crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open. In that distant land I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved Courtney. Okay. Okay, Courtney. Alright, 1 second, sorry. Okay, well, we got our time lock safe done. That's cool. We can always do that again in the future as long as we're aware of the time, I guess, if we just want a free gem. But we never have to recollect the letters. They stay collected, technically. I'm pretty sure, anyway, that's been the case. So let's see what else we can find once we get through here. We gotta go up into the hallway at this point now. We still can't really afford anything in the commissary, so we'll hold off on that. Alright, back we go. You can run much faster when you're outside. Like, you have a normal walk speed, right? It's like this, and then you can sprint, sort of, or quick walk, but when you're outside you're like actually running, and indoors you're not really allowed to run. The pool could be good. It's a good connection too, so yeah, let's do that. Because we might want to get another shot at the pump room. But I still don't know how to operate the fucking spare tank in the pump room. Like, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. I feel like you have to have the pump room and the laboratory to make it work. Or sorry, the boiler room for power. Not the laboratory. I guess we need some sort of connection to be able to go down, so I guess we'll take the drawing room here. Yeah, I clicked on everything in there. Click on all the stuff in here, just in case. Oh. Well, what do you know? Is that the only one? I always wondered why this room always felt so big and empty. Like, there's never anything in it. It's because there's a fucking safe in here. Okay, well, that's cool, but I don't know if I have anything that's going to tell me the solution for it here. Unless I need to count something. There's a lot of repeating images here. Even if I was to count up all of the same images, because they might... How many are there? Horse... Are there just 4 different images, but some of them repeat? Because that's kind of how it looks. Like, you would think there's 2 different images here, but, like, this horse is just this horse backwards, and then that guy with the umbrella is just the same as this image. It's just repeated there. So maybe we can count all the images, but then what's the order? If it's that. That also doesn't really give us a date. I feel like it should be a date. Oh, wait, there's this. It doesn't tell me anything. There's probably something in another room that tells us something about a particular, like, when the drawing of Sinclair happened, maybe. But we could just try to see if the images in here, counting them up somehow means something. We can just try them in different orders. Let's see. How many striding men are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 striding men. That's kind of a lot for a single digit, but it could be one of the first 3 digits if we just assume that the 0 is overwritten by another number, maybe. I don't know. This probably isn't the solution, but let's do umbrella men now. 1, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. Probably not, right? 10, 15. Boys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's only 5 newsy boys, I think. Women, 1. Wait, hold on a second. That doesn't really make sense anyways, because I think it has to be a 4-digit combination, right? So unless we can like add them together in some fashion, that doesn't really work out because it's still 5 images. I was thinking it was 4 images originally. Yeah. I don't think that works. I think we have to find a date somewhere else because there's no text in here about it. All right, well, at least we know there's a safe here. But yeah, I have no fucking clue what the date's supposed to be. Let me look through my pictures really quick just to make sure I don't have anything written down about that already. Yeah, I could try the one staff notice one, I suppose, but it only had to do with the West Wing. Probably not. Yeah, I'm not sure that I have anything about it. Nope. Back to the picture of chicken soup. All right. Just for the hell of it, I'll try a couple of dates, but I don't think either of them are going to work. Nope. Okay. Well, I'll have to see if there's any images that pertain to the drawing room or letters, I mean, that we can find. Let's continue for now. Security room, we definitely want. So I guess we'll go ahead and throw that in now. It does cost a gem, but we want it and the utility room. We haven't missed anything, at least. That's good. We're being decent about that, I suppose. It just occurred to me too. I think we got the security room last time. I'll leave that to medium for the moment. Change offline mode to unlocked. If we get a utility room, we can turn it off and change it to high. We got the utility room last time, but we did not fuck with the settings. I should have done that. All right, so we did want the pump room at least. I guess let's just get it so that we have the option maybe to fuck with this at some point. I just don't know if I can yet. We still have to find a boiler room, I think. The dark room we would be immune to, but it's kind of a bad spot for it. So let's just put the pump room in, I guess. We don't have a shovel, but I'll try to remember that that's there. We could try to... No, I don't think there's space anywhere. Except for this. We need to get water into this thing, but again, I think I need the boiler room to vent power from, like, that direction or whatever over to here, so that this thing can be powered on so we can use the spare tank. I think that's how it's supposed to work. Because we need to get, like, just a tiny bit of water out of the reservoir. I think maybe even just one tick will do to allow us to cross. But if I put any water in the fountain, it might not let us go the whole way down. I don't know. If it's, like, just mildly flooded, like, a little bit, maybe it doesn't prevent you from going down. But I'm not too sure. And I'm a little afraid to mess with it now, because if I'm just like, oh, it's probably fine if I just put a little blip of water in there at the moment so that I can remove some from the reservoir, because, you know, I can just test it then. But then if I don't get the chance of, like, fixing it or anything before the run is over, and then I don't get a pump room next time I need to, like, try to go down there for some reason, I might be kind of screwing myself. So I don't know. But at least we have the pump room, I guess. I probably shouldn't have walked in here, but so we are getting our steps in, that's for sure. I think I haven't done the locker room yet. Let's do that. Key, thank you. These all require keys, huh? This would be a really good room for the lock-picking kit. Because I can't open these other ones. I was sort of hoping some of these would just be unlocked, but like it just, they probably like have the option to maybe contain treasure, but you need either a fuck ton of keys. Let's see, 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Is it just 3 per? Yeah, 3, 4. So there's 18 fucking lockers. Some of which are probably just empty, so, you know, if you somehow have a ridiculous surplus of keys, you're good to go. Otherwise, you really kind of need the lockpick for this. And to hope that some of them you can get for free. There's the laboratory. I still really want to draft the green room or the greenhouse at some point, because we have yet to be there, but I am kind of hemorrhaging gems a lot right now. I feel like a storeroom might be better. We can backtrack and go the other way from the pool. Because I don't want to keep spending my gems like crazy, even though we do really want to go to the greenhouse. And the laboratory obviously has great stuff going on. We could put the laboratory in and get an experiment. I just don't know how the power puzzle works when it comes to the boiler room. Like, am I going to have the boiler room in an adjacent or on the same line as the pump room to get that fucking thing to work, because that's my concern, is like if I put the laboratory here and then get the boiler room, the locker room spreads keys to the estate. Also, the lockpick doesn't work on. Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I guess it does say it on the room, doesn't it? But yeah, like if the boiler room has to be like on the same line as the pump room, then it would have to be on this row somewhere. I just don't know if that's the case or not. Like maybe it just has to have connecting doors and not really be on the same line. Yeah, I've noticed that other rooms can transfer power. It seems like most rooms can actually transfer power, but maybe not all of them. I guess let's put a fucking laboratory down so we have a connection. Because, yeah, there's these, like, ventilation power things, and obviously you need the boiler room for this, too. I should probably get a picture of this just so I have it. I don't think I did before. Maybe I did. All right. I didn't realize there was a second periodic table picture here. Hold on. Let me first mess with this. Each time you unlock or bypass a security door, gain 1 key, 1 gem, or 1 gold selected randomly. Add 3 aquariums to today's draft pool, or add a small chest to the entrance hall. By security door, do they specifically mean the keycard ones? Because it doesn't just say any locked door. Maybe the gem one is better, but I don't know. It depends on how many keycard doors we find. I don't want to take the digging one because we don't even have a shovel. So it's either 1 or 2, and then probably gain the, 1 random item. I guess we'll do this because it's a little bit more assured, but we're also low on gems, so I don't know. Let's just do that, though. Okay, now... PU. Push. Sorry, I'm looking at the periodic table elements puzzle key on my phone. So doing them in order, PU is first, and then S is second, and then H is third, so that'd be push. TH would probably gonna be the, maybe. Maybe that's not what I think it is. Unless it's just kind of like going slightly abbreviated here. I'm just gonna type this out. What's my place? There we go. 7. Little tidbit about the game doesn't tell you unless you find a certain book. I think that you have to buy in a pretty rare room. If you use the boiler room to send power to the door, you have higher chance of drafting a power room or a room that transports power when drafting on this doors. They should tell you that IMO. It took me 40 plus days to power the lab, which is about double as long as it took me to reach 46 the first time. Gotcha. Alright, so that's what it says in the order that it's laid out. So it spells push, but then it kind of breaks up after that. Push 3 up after 9 is what it says. I think. Push 3 up after 9. If they mean 9 on the periodic table of elements where they place the 9, that would just be an O, but I don't know if that's what they're talking about. Nine plus 3 would be 12. I'm assuming they're talking about this. 9, then 3. Let me put this in my notepad thingy. Okay. We're good. Is that it for the laboratory? No items or anything? I don't think so. Still trying to like click on everything. We managed to find a safe by doing that, so it actually did pay off. Although I still don't have the combination for that safe. Alright, I guess let's go from here. We still have one more shelter, so the weight room is probably the better option here, so we don't lose half our steps. The dark room would also be fine, but the weight room is a 4-way, so... Okay, well, there's that. We don't have the utility room yet, but we also don't have a key card, so if we find a utility room, we can fuck with the security, I guess, but I'd almost rather find a key card at this point, so we don't have to backtrack as much. We've not gotten the laundry room yet, but I don't like the positioning of that at all. But we can't afford the music room. The dark room is going to be annoying, to say the least. We could draft it, though. and then try to go a different direction and hope to eventually get the utility room so that we can turn the light back on. That might be a decent play here. I think we have to step in for the lights to turn off, though. Unfortunately. So that's okay. Let's use a key here. I guess I'll just take the billiard room at this point. We don't want more red rooms, really. Give me some key. Give me a key card. That would be great. No free item. Click on everything. Nope. It actually even tells you right here, plus minus times divide. Alright, 18. I feel like I haven't done this in a while. Like, it hasn't come up a lot recently in the last couple of sessions. 8 plus 2 plus 15. Alright. Uh, 4, 7. It's outward. Yep, like it's been a little bit. Minus 2 times 5. Wait, what? Got ahead of myself. 5, 6. Oh, I might have been. I think I subtracted for some reason. So 9. Let's do 7 times 2. My bad. Shouldn't really matter what way you do that in. Well, 2 keys is better than nothing. I definitely would have preferred a key card or something, but I guess that means we're headed back to the pool. I really wish there was a door there. Alright, is there anything else in the weight room? I feel like I haven't tried messing with much in the weight room, but it doesn't seem like there would be. So we just want to try to get jacked. Okay, it does specifically refer to that as a security door, so yeah, I think we were definitely correct about that. Alright then, I'm very tempted to unlock some lockers here, but I'm also very concerned about doing it because we could kind of potentially screw ourselves a little bit. We don't have that many keys. Foundation. We haven't actually gotten the foundation yet. Sure. Can't afford the passageway, and I don't want to do the mailroom just now. I don't have a shovel. I guess that's a way you would get down to the basement, maybe, if you had have the key or something. I don't know. There's surprisingly very little in here, just a couple of piles of dirt, but we don't have a shovel, so I thought maybe there'd be some items to pick up at least. Oh, I see. There is an elevator here, but I don't know how you activate it. Feels like something you gotta do from somewhere else, unless there's like a secret lever or switch or something to pull somewhere. Or maybe you need a shovel to unlock something there, because yeah, I'm not sure how you get that to come down. Alright then, surely stop reading Reddit comments, take a shower, more ideas, so I'm ready for tomorrow. To make sure Avocado's carrier is clean too. Fair enough. Joy. Alright, well, I guess the den. At least it's not locked or anything. We get a gem back finally. That's useful. Anything else? No. We're getting kind of low on steps here. Here's a garage, though. We don't really have any reason to go back to the shelter, but we could get a bunch of keys doing this. The closet could also potentially give us a key card if we're, like, really lucky. I feel like we want keys more. At least the guarantee of keys, because we don't know what we're going to get out of the closet. Let's just do this, I guess. Because we can also use the, open some of the lockers in the locker room, I guess. Since we have to go back that way. Alright. Nothing else there. I guess let's start heading back. We are getting pretty low on steps at this point. Do I use a key here to see what we get instead of going back the other way? I guess I'll do it. Maybe we'll get like a kitchen or something. We have not reached rank 8 yet. This is a tough call. The storeroom would even be useful. The pantry would probably have a piece of food in it, but we don't know of what type. If we had already reached rank 8, the dining room would be pretty sick right now. And we could put it there in the hopes that we just get to rank 8 and then come back, but that's a lot of steps just to go back and forth. It might be a net gain, but kind of a small one is the problem. I think... this is kind of shitty. I think I'm going to do the pantry. Okay, I was kind of hoping for like an orange, just so we could see what the value of an orange is, but we did get some money at least. It's locked. Yeah. I kind of feel like I need as many chances at a utility room as I can get, so let's just keep opening doors, I guess. Okay, no utility room. Patio for gems, maybe, or we could throw the gymnasium down just to get rid of it, but also to potentially have another way that way if we need it. I feel like the gymnasium play makes sense and just save our gem, because the patio, we're going to need gems to be able to put any more greens down, I think. So I'm going to put this down, but I'm not going to go in there. So at this point, we're going to really be hoping for like a 8th rank dining room play or something. We have to also maybe open a locker or two in the locker room just to see if we get a key card or something lucky. Running shoes. Occasionally save steps when traveling longer distances across the estate and grounds. Okay, let's do one more. Nothing. Damn. Okay, well, not helpful really right now. We don't have a choice but to go into the dark room. Yeah, I guess the patio could have helped us a little bit there, but I don't know. We'd still be at 1 gem. I don't know. I guess it would have probably been fine. Alright, I guess dark room is the only thing we can do. We could try to hope for a... We can't even go straight. Shit. We can hope for a dining room, but we can't see what we're getting, so... Well, fuck. closet instead. So, we can try to make it back to the gymnasium, but we won't make it. So unfortunately, this is where the day ends. Because we got screwed on the selection here. We needed at least something that would get us to another room. Unfortunate. Dark room kind of screwed us. As it often does. Oh well. I guess we didn't really get much today, but we did get a red letter. That's something. We discovered some new rooms. Nothing super helpful in that regard, but at least we got some cool stuff. But yeah, unfortunately, that's about it. We can't really re-roll anything because we can't open anything else because we can't make it back to the gymnasium if there's even a door to do there. And the weight room and the dark room both just have key card doors, and I don't have the key card, nor can I turn them off. So, yep, unfortunate. Call it a day. Let's go again. Take a sip of coffee a while. We got the Red Athletic Center. I guess we did have like a somewhat high abundance of red rooms, most of them being kind of, not even most of them, we just had two, gym related things. But yeah, I felt safer to take red rooms initially because of the shelter, so I still think it is worth going outside briefly to check the outer room, even though it does cost you a few steps to do so. Because sometimes they can really set you up for something nice. Sometimes they don't, but at the cost of like a few steps, that's not the end of the world usually. What I really need right now, just so I can solve the stupid reservoir thing, I have to find a way to get the boiler room and the pump room in the same run so I can power the stupid fucking thing, but it just hasn't happened yet. We haven't had the trading post yet. We could get it and then maybe see if we get money and come back, but there could also be something useful here. The schoolhouse is good, although I don't know if I want to keep fucking with the classrooms thing. I know it's 8 different classrooms, but I don't know. They all cost gems is the annoying thing. Root cellar is also nice if you get a shovel, but let's try the trading post this time just to see if there's anything cool in here. See what it's like in general, even if it doesn't give us much right now. Dynamite? A little too dangerous to pick up, says you. What the heck? Simon says. Wait a second. This has the yellow. This resets, but also it does something. This is a confusing puzzle. So if I get all the yellows in one spot, then I can do this, I guess. And if I click any of these that are in the wrong one, I guess it resets the puzzle, but How am I getting you sideways? I need to like rotate them, but like I don't know that even the order I need to specifically do this in. Because this could be first, but it might also be better to do that last. Because I think once they move away, it stops being yellow. So maybe doing that first doesn't actually help us. Oh, okay, I don't know why I thought I needed like all of them. So I don't need to do them in a particular order. I just need to get all the yellows in the corners, but that means rotating. Okay, hold on. Like right there. It doesn't work. We need to be able to move one over here a little earlier, I think. It keeps ending up not where I want it. I think I'm just doing this in the wrong order. Because there's not really any other way for me to move them to the side that I need without, moving the wrong one the wrong way. does that just keep kind of like... There we go. Okay. I don't know why, like, I kept overthinking that to where I was like, for some reason, that particular combination won't work, and then I kept, like, skipping over it. You've been rewarded an allowance token. All your allowance has been permanently raised by 2 coins. Does that mean I'll start with 2 coins? That's cool, I guess, or so. That took way longer than it should have. Oh, you trade items, not coins. Interesting. Okay, I don't think there's anything else I can do here right now. No hidden valves. I don't think there would be, specifically, since we already got one in this area, technically. Alright, sorry, that took way too long. Wait, oh, the foundation gets placed there automatically now? Does not reset. Oh. Now I kind of wish I hadn't done that. Well. It's probably okay. I wonder if it can only go in that spot. Maybe. Alright, let's go left. Closet right away, maybe? Just to get it out of the way, get some items. Rerolling a gem, not the greatest, but not the worst either. Necessarily. Let's go up, see if we can maybe work our way around the thing we just did. Well, we can with the chapel, as long as we're not collecting a lot of coins. Then it doesn't really cost us anything. I still keep wondering if this Roman numeral thing with what I was talking about for the maid statue that I saw was a hint that I can make like a combination out of, but I just don't know. And I'm not sure what safe or whatever it would pertain to. The den would be fine here, probably. It's a good connection. Remember there's a trunk in here. Little West Wing hall, and what's in the corner? The nook, guest bedroom for 10 extra steps. Steps would be good. It's a good dead end option. The nook and the parlor for gems and keys might be better. But it's such a good spot for a dead end. And 10 steps I'm certainly not going to consider to be a bad thing. But maybe let's just get some keys and open that trunk. I think let's just do that. The trunk has something good in it. Mild waste of a doorway, but not the worst thing ever. Now, if it had been a storeroom instead of a bedroom, I definitely would have done it. Let's open the trunk first. Two extra reroll dies and some coins. Okay, it's not too bad. Let's go this way. Now we can get the parlor. I think that seems decent there. I think you missed a coin. Oh, where? In the den? You pick up the coins as a bundle, so if you mean the little pile of coins, I picked them all up. I'm pretty sure. I can't really look. I'm gonna... Did it look like there was an extra coin in there, or did it look like it was one pile? Well, even if it's just one coin, I think I'll bank on the idea that it probably picked it up, just because right now our value of steps is still pretty high. So, all right. The gems are in the black box. That's just fucking blank. Okay, the gems are in a box with a statement. You could be right. You could be right. And if I get a chance to go back there, I will definitely double check, but I'm trying not to be too wasteful with our steps. If this is true, the gems are in the black box, the gems are in a box with a statement could also technically be true. And then the blank would be a lie, which is theoretically possible, but it's also just blank. So can a blank really be true or false? I don't know. If if this is a lie, then they can only really be here, which would mean this is also a lie, but that also makes sense. I feel like it has to be that, because otherwise it's a 50-50. Well, no. Well, I mean, yes, because it doesn't say it's a true statement. It just says a statement. So even if this is false, it doesn't mean that this is false. In which case the gems could be in here. Is this two truths and a lie? Kind of. The parlor game is that there's 3 boxes, so there's always 3 boxes. The boxes each have a statement on them. And among those statements, at least one of them has to be true, at least one of them has to be a lie, and only one box contains gems. The other 2 are empty, always. So what that means is that 2 of them can be true and 1 can be false, or 2 can be false and 1 can be true. And that's how it always is. It's always like 2 of one and 1 of the other. There's never like a neutral statement, technically, although this is the first time I've found something that kind of technically fits as like a neutral statement. But normally they're not too hard to work out, you know, if you just kind of do a little logic. This one's a little, it feels like it could kind of go either way, because there's a straight up fucking blank statement here that doesn't help me. Because if this is a lie, then the gems would have to be in one of these boxes. And if that's the case, meaning they're not in this box, this could still be true, and it could still be, you know, this box. However, and again, I don't know that we can really operate as this being a true statement or a false statement, because it's just straight up blank, which is the first time I've ever encountered this, which makes it very confusing, because how do you decide whether or not this is true or false? Is it an automatic truth or an automatic falsehood? Because it says at least one has to be true and at least one has to be false. And there's usually never anything in any way sort of neutral. It's just kind of 2 of one and 1 of the other. This is the first time I've ever encountered something that just doesn't say anything. So if we kind of flip that the other way to say that this is a lie, the gems are in a box with a statement, then it has to be in this box, which also means this is a lie, but that also fits. So I think either way we know, I don't think it can be in the black box. Maybe. Well, if this is true, then this is also true. And the blank is a lie somehow. In which case the gems are in a box with a statement. Maybe we can just say this is just truly neutral. It's neither a lie nor a truth. So one of these has to be lying and one of them has to be correct. But then again, you're just kind of sitting there at sort of a 50-50, because either the gems are in the black box or they're in the blue box. Alternatively, I mean, no, it's not, because if these are both lies, because the blank can still be nothing, but that doesn't mean the gems have to be in the true box. If one has to be a lie, then it's blue. Well, if this is a lie, then that would mean that this thing's statement is true, theoretically, anyway. Because otherwise all are true. I guess that's true, right? Because, like, if this is true, then this is also true, and this is nothing, giving you, like... But again, well, yeah, because there can't be... If this is nothing, then it doesn't count as a truth or a falsehood. So one of these has to be true and the other has to be false, I think. Logic and in the field of logic dictates that the blank is true. And so, but that just confuses things further. A little bit, anyway. Yeah, because I guess if this is true, the gems are in a statement in the black box, then this is technically also true. Which, you know, assuming that we just operated that this was technically true by default, then all three would be true, which makes it impossible. So I guess this has to be a lie. Which means the gems can't be in the black box, right? So it should be in the white because of that. Or wait, the gems can't be in the black box, and the gems... But if the gems are in a box, that still doesn't mean... I'm overthinking this. I hate when you just kind of get, like, twisted around in your own logic. Yeah, the white doesn't have a statement, I know, but... Okay, if this is a lie and this is true, yeah, I'm getting twisted in my own head. If this is true, the gems are in a box with a statement, then they're in the blue box because the white doesn't have a statement. So we're just going to go into this assuming this is a lie, this one's true, but that means that they're in the blue box because they can't be in the black box if that's true, or if this is a lie. Has to be the white box and the other two are false? If the other two are false... I mean, technically the other two can be false if this is automatically treated as true by the logic of the game itself. But in terms of the statements, it's confusing because, well, especially if the blank is not treated as true automatically. So it's a question of whether or not this actually is true, like treated as true just because it's blank, or if it just doesn't count as a statement and therefore one of these has to be true and the other has to be a lie. If this counts as true, then I think the white box makes sense. If it doesn't count as either, then it has to be the blue box because one of these has to be lying and the other has to be telling the truth. But if... That's what I'm saying, is it might count as null. Because I work with programming a lot, and null doesn't automatically mean true. So again, we're at a little bit of a fucking 50-50. This is why I'm getting twisted around a lot, because I'm not quite seeing a seam that specifically means one thing when this could technically mean two different things depending on how the developer decided this resolves. Like, does this resolve as true, or does it mean genuinely nothing? I'm gonna open the blue. Okay. So that means that this counts as null. If that happens again, in theory, anyway. This is kind of a crappy connection. The corridor we might want to save for later. The hallway doesn't really help us because of the den connection anyway, but the bedroom is a dead end. So we could redraw here. We have 3 dice. It might actually be worth it, even though all of these rooms are positive and don't cost anything. Just because we'd prefer to get some extra connection so we don't have to backtrack as much. Let's do that in just once and see what happens. Still pretty bad. But we could get a commissary out of it, so at the very least... It does cost a gem, but at the very least we have a place to buy shit if we end up with some money. So I guess we'll go back into the den and see if we missed a coin there. Since this connects. Let's see what is for sale. Gem. Almost the exact same shit as last time. There's 1 key for sale. Or, well, maybe you can buy multiple. It just means 1 at a time, but... because that's how it works for this one all the time, so maybe it is. But if we get 2 more, I would love to get a shovel. Just to have it. Yeah, okay. I don't think we left a coin behind. I think it did get grabbed. It's just that sometimes the animation for grabbing the coins is kind of slow. Unfortunately, this does mean we have to go back through the chapel, so we're going to lose a coin in the process too, which does suck. Oh, well. Kind of sucks having the commissary situated there now that I think about it. Drawing room. I still don't have the date for the drawing room. I don't know what we do about that safe. The passageway costs 2 gems, but we do have a bit of a surplus, so... yeah, fuck it. Oh, that opens automatically. Interesting. I guess that makes sense because the room's already placed, so... Doesn't seem like there's necessarily ever anything in the foundation. Doesn't mean we don't want to use the room, but... hold off for a minute there. I need a shovel. I hate that I'm spending so many gems. I want the observatory, but I don't like that I'm kind of closing myself off so much. And I don't want to have to necessarily backtrack to the entrance just to get the rest of this. I'd kind of like a route around it, frankly. So I guess we'll take the courtyard and just hope that we get a shovel. We did not get lucky with a shovel in the courtyard, but maybe we'll get one from the commissary if we get a big surplus of coins. We know it costs 6, which means I need at least 7 coins to get there and buy it. We could order another book. We could get the pantry now. That'll put us up to 7, so we can, in fact, do that. So that's probably worth it. We get some steppies back. Okay, let's go. Let's go back and buy it now. Was there another room with a dig spot? It might have been the outer room. I don't know if I want to try to go back there now, but yeah, we'll... The foundation might also have dig spots now, but I'm just going to take the time now to go buy the shovel, even though it does cost us some steps. Okay. We have that now. Hopefully we'll find some more food along the way so that we're getting a little bit more out of the step usage, because I feel like we've used a ton already. We've gone through most of our steps so quickly. Feels like we barely done anything. Old tin can array. Come on. I hate when you get a lot of dig spots and the majority of them are just nothing. Okay, well the 6 steps is useful. Please give me a key or something at least. Coins is better than nothing, I guess, but it still overall was kind of a not great room. Let's go to the pantry, or through the pantry again. Boudoir. Guest bedroom. We could take this for 10 extra steps. We could take the bedroom and go down, because we can still go to... Yeah, that's probably the better option here, because it doesn't cost us anything to go through this door. 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. My roommate was picking up the puppy dog. Yeah, so this won't cost us anything, and we can still explore the other 2 rooms. The boudoir goes the other way, but we can already go that way from the courtyard. The guest bedroom is definitely tempting, though, because if you do decide to go all the way around, you can still access the entry hall, but it would be nice to be able to avoid the chapel, and not have to backtrack through it, and just get those 10 extra steppies. But this could show up again, so I guess let's just take the bedroom for now. Unfortunately, we did not get lucky on any items in here by the looks of it. It often... A lot of bedrooms, not all of them, but will often just have something in them for free, but it's not a guarantee. Okay. Let's just see what we have down here in the corner. We get the billiard room, the storeroom, and lose like 1 room. We don't even lose that room if we go all the way back down to the entrance hall. The billiard room could have a special item in it, though, too, but the storeroom will give us a key, 2 gems, and a coin, and possibly have an item. So I think let's go storeroom. It's just a bit of a better guarantee at the moment. No special item, but still value. Alright, let's head the other way. If we don't ever end up seeing what that other room off the entryway is, it's not the end of the world. There's the guest bedroom. So we could put that in here for the 10 extra steps. We don't really have a reason to come back this way. The drawing room or the library doesn't really help. The drawing room only really gives us 1 route. It's at the cost of a gem. I think actually I will take the guest bedroom here. Get those 10 steps. Ooh, and a compass. Although the compass is kind of... It's not bad. I don't think it's necessarily amazing, but... Okay, now we head back up through the foundation, which has 2 different directions we can go, so that's something. Oh, also dig spots. Useless. Okay, coin is useful. Now I'm kind of wishing I had the root cellar, but instead of the trading post. Still glad I rolled the trading post just to get that allowance upgrade. That's probably nice. Let's go to the left. So I still don't know how you do anything about that. Well, a pool would be good. We have the gems for it, and we can hope to maybe at some point get the boiler room and pump room together if we ever get fucking lucky enough to do it. Green rooms don't cost gems to draft. The patio is maybe the better option. It's going to be a dead end either way. I don't want the lavatory unless we're just getting rid of it from the deck. And maybe we'll get lucky and get a gem in the patio. It usually has dig spots in it, so... Okay, we did. We also got a battery pack. Provides juice to battery-powered contraptions. I have not found a use for this yet. I've found it once before, but I don't know how it gets used. Okay, good coin. Another coin. Okay. Still would prefer keys, but that's not too bad. Okay, I think that's not terrible. Let's continue this way. Corridor. I suppose because we're going to start getting locked doors after this, the corridor is fine here. Because more than likely the room at the other end of the hall is going to be locked. Because we'll be going up into tier 6, 7, 8. Yeah. I think around tier 6 they start usually being locked a lot of the time. So I guess we can go with that there. Security room. The security room would let us turn off and set or rather, it would let us set the keycard door requirement stuff, but we still would need a utility room for it to be. But, you know, I guess we could just place one and hope to get the other. It's kind of, I don't like that it's closing, oh, fuck you. I don't like that it's closing us off on the other side, but I suppose right now there's not much point in messing with it because we'll probably have to come back through here anyway. Oh, an orange, finally. It is 5. So if the pantry note means anything for those amounts, it's like 10, 15, 25. Does that mean anything? I don't know, but I guess we'll see if it ever somehow means something. There's the pump room. Now, if I could just get the fucking boiler room, we might be in good shape. But I need fucking both. Getting that and the laboratory would also be amazing, but... So I guess let's put that in. Items, I assume. Because I need to use this, and I think I only really need to use it once, but it's so RNG heavy. I have to get lucky enough to get the pump room and the boiler room and have them connect via the power duct thingy. Drafting studio. The dining room feels like a good one here because we don't have a ton of steps, but we also we're not out of them either. Select a new floor plan to permanently add to your estate's draft pool. Is this like a you gotta take this when it comes up because there's certain rooms you can't get until you get this fucking thing? Because that's interesting. I guess we gotta at least see. Because I've never had this come up. Well, there, that tells you that. Okay, hold up. Volume 1 strategy. Drafting strategy, contents. Drafting spectrum, most violent dreams, indoor verdure, orange passage, golden trim, negative space, prismatic rooms, word from the editor. Okay. This is kind of a lot. Skilled players. I didn't know watering can was a thing. Bedrooms, nursery, servants' quarters, sleeping mask. I don't know that there's anything about dates here. I guess I'll take pictures of this whole thing. I don't really want to read the entire thing out right now. It's kind of a lot. Seems more on like how to play the game type stuff than it is about anything super lore related, but I still want the info. Sorry, this is awkward to do on my phone. The way that I have to hold it like this. Okay, sorry, I just bumped the microphone too. Great job, me. Okay. Anything else? Obviously. There's the very detailed paper model of a safe. One that doesn't tell me anything on it, but it does make me wonder a little bit about the study. Is that a picture of the study? Or a model, I mean, of the study? The Great Hall partitioning planned for Tuesday, November 17th. So tomorrow, it's saying the Great Hall will have this configuration, meaning, I wish I could look at it from different angles a little bit better, but meaning that I think the cardinal directions are good. Yeah, today's the 16th. Oh, today was 16th. Oh yeah, because I did the shelter thing on the previous run, didn't I? Never mind. I thought it was telling us tomorrow's setup, but yeah, okay. So, but yeah, it looks like the cardinal directions will get us out this time. They don't, like these ones are the ones that look closed off instead of these ones. But there could be like items in them potentially. All right, let's take a look at this. In the drafting studio, you'll be able to choose a brand new floor plan to permanently add to your draft pool. Permanent changes do not reset each day. The kennel. Each time you dig in a room, unlock all doors in that room. Oh. That seems like a really powerful shovel synergy, potentially. Clock tower. Tomorrow you will start with one key for each clock room you draft that day. Or today, I mean. And then a casino. A casino seems really nice. Just for some cool games, possible puzzle things. Most important, you can pet a dog in the kennel. Should I go? I'm okay with a little insight here. I don't want to know any particular details why, but is there a best choice among these three for progression? Like, would you just suggest the kennel because of the dog and the digging synergy, or is like, you know, just because this seems like it rarely comes up, is it like, oh, you got to take the clock tower as soon as you can get it, or the casino, or whatever? Because I don't want to like screw myself for like several days before this comes up again, if it's better to take something else. Because I'm thinking either the kennel or the casino. The clock tower still interests me, don't get me wrong, but not really a best choice. Okay. Well, then what do y'all want to see? I'm assuming Robin wants the kennel. Anybody else want to vote? I mean, obviously getting the kennel on a shovel run seems really strong. Especially if you get like the root cellar, that would be really sick. Alright, I was kind of leaning kennel anyway, let's just do that. Home to several Sinclair's hunting companions, it can be assumed these friendly hounds have been anxious to meet their new master. Add this floor plan to your draft pool. Okay, we will now have the kennel potentially showing up. Now, if I could just get a frickin' boiler room, please. This is our last key. Oof. Alright, well, do it, I guess. Fuck. Laboratory, of course. We could redraw and hope to get a boiler room. Let's do it. See what happens. Well, there's the kennel. Let's get the kennel. Puppy dogs. I can't believe the dogs are actually in here. Woof. Deposit box key. Okay. CAT. I'm assuming this will somehow be important, so I'll take a picture. Should make sure that door is unlocked. Yes, I will pet the dog, don't worry. It didn't seem to really give me an option before. Oh, there we can now. Who's a good boy? Good puppies all around. Alright. Oh yeah, right. I forgot this was the antechamber. It would be really sick if digging in the kennel, because you get the kennel really here, also opened the antechamber for you. Just as like a really rare synergy. We got a vault key. I haven't rolled the vault yet, so I guess we'll see if it shows up. Alright, pupper dogs, I'll see you in a bit, maybe. I have to go back to the foundation because we don't have a means to get through this security door yet. Whenever you dig and unlock a door, you will hear the dogs will bark. Oh, nice. We're out of keys, so we have to hope the foundation gets us somewhere, or else this is the end of this run, too. Although we can also go back to the entrance hall and see if that one remaining room gets us anything. We definitely need to be on the lookout for dig spots. Especially now. Fuck. Well. If only I had somehow managed to leave one of these before, that would have been great, but... Alright, well, in that case, we're headed back to the entrance hall in hopes to find a key, and if we don't find one, then that's it. We can also still go outside to potentially dig up a thing there, too. Ballroom. Whenever you enter the ballroom, set your gems to 2. It requires 2 to get. Wine cellar would give us 3 gems. We can do the dining room and get a bunch of extra steps. I don't remember if I've drafted the wine cellar before. I think I have, though. The gems would obviously be great, but... I don't know if either of these have a higher likelihood to have a key. It might be better to do a reroll while we can, because without a key card or a key, we're not getting any further anyway. So even though gems would be fantastic and more steps would be fantastic, they don't get us any further. I feel like we have to do a reroll. Unless there's a high chance of a key in a wine cellar, but I don't know that that's the case. And either of these could also show up again. I think we just reroll and hope we get something like a storeroom. Well, walk-in closet's our best bet. The billiard room could also potentially be good, but this has 4 items in it, so spend our remaining gem and see what we get. Is it an edible cupcake? Plus 10 steps. Oh yeah, and we did get a key. Okay, so we're not out of it yet. Coupon book. We could try to go back to the commissary and maybe buy something, but it's going to also cost us a coin just getting there. I kind of feel like I should go back to the trading post and see what I can do there while we have the means to do so. Let's go see what happens when we do that. I think there's a dig spot there too. Okay, well that helps pay for the steps that the several steps it took to get here. You sure you don't want to take some dynamite with you? I don't know what to do with the battery pass. I kind of want to, like... Maybe we don't need the compass. I don't know if we need north-facing rooms at this point. We've already gone pretty far north. We don't specifically need it. But maybe it just gives you money for it. I don't know. I wish I knew what the battery pack was good for, because it might be just really the best option to get rid of, but it might also be extremely important to keep. Hey, Karate, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let's just do the compass. Oh, I see. It tells you. No trade. Battery pack for Salt Shaker? No. Vault key for Lucky Rabbit's Foot? I'll pass. Coupon book for Coin Purse? I'll pass. Shovel for Coin Purse? I will pass. We'll take the compass. Battery pack is for crafting. Okay, so that's for the workshop. I've seen the workshop. I don't know if we rolled it, but I know of the workshop. Yeah, let's get rid of the compass and get 2 more rerolls. That seems like a fair deal. Okay, I think that was not too bad. Because if nothing else, if we're desperate for a north-facing room, we might just reroll one anyway, so... But now we have a key, at least, so that's something. I don't know that we're going to make it much farther, but it's something. We can go to the foundation and unlock that door. Do we want to quickly go to the commissary just to see what we can maybe buy, like another gem or something? We have the coupon book. It's going to cost us a coin going through the chapel regardless, so... It does cost us a couple extra steps too, more than a couple, but I think it's worth checking. Can't afford this because I think it's... the coupon book only makes it 1 coin cheaper, so that would still be 9. But we could get a couple of gems. We could also get the Salt Shaker, but I think the gems are probably more worth it right now. Okay. Buy 3 gems. Set money to 0. Chapel can't take anything. You can't hurt me now, Chapel. And then we go back into the passageway and hope that we get lucky with our solitary key usage, because this is all we can really do at this point. We do have 2 rerolls. Hallway. Spare room is the better option, since the hallway kind of gets wasted. Maybe we want a reroll to hope for a door that also goes to the north. Because no matter what we get here, the next door could just be locked and then we're just screwed anyway. So we kind of want something where we have access to at least 2 doors. I think I will reroll and hope we get something good. The billiard room goes north, but again, I mean... It's hard to say. Like, this door being locked was kind of not great to begin with. It's around this time that they start being locked, but it's less of a guarantee at this tier. So the billiard room could get us there, and we could get a key from it. I think we will risk it with the billiard room and just again, be hopeful. No free items. No free items on any of these. All right, let's see what the puzzle gets us. Hoping for some keys. Oh, here's the bullseye thing. What does the bullseye do? This was brought up, or somebody asked if this came up the other day. It might have been you, Robin. Like, it just looks like, you know, the normal addition thing. But normally, it's been a while since I've played darts. Isn't a bullseye like 50 points? It can't just be addition, right? I mean, I guess there's like a square in the center, so I guess it could be squared. Is that what they're saying here? In which case it would be, I guess we could just try it. Is it 9? The thing for me is if, like, is there something I'm special I need to do with this? Because it's the first time it's ever come up, and am I going to lose my chance if I do the wrong thing? Or is it just going to come up if I put in, again, if I put in the wrong answer like every other time? I'm not sure why they didn't just make it a different color, but maybe just so you weren't confusing the number. Because if it's squared, that doesn't seem too difficult. Okay. Keys, baby. All right. I mean, I figured it out easily enough. I just was concerned that it was going to be something else. I guess the dining room is the play here. We have been to that tier. It gets us access to 2 different directions, and we can eat a meal for more steps. The kitchen would just be a costlier way of doing that. We don't have money anyway, so. Ding, ding. What's for dinner? Big fish. Lemon glazed salmon, charbroiled. I don't know why I said that so weird. Charbroiled. Charbroiled Cajun spice salmon, lemon butter sauce served over spinach leaf. Yum. Sounds nice. I don't have an aquarium, but that's okay. Yeah, my main concern, not so much was like what sort of mathematical thing do I need to do. Oh, another key, sick. I was worried that like the bullseye was like a special thing that I would only have like a single chance to do. Like if it was like a special unlock or something. I kind of figured it wouldn't be, but I was just worried that it might be. There's the utility closet finally. Okay, that opens up another seam for us. Because we can shut off the keycard system. Boop. Turn that on. So now if we go back up through here, which has a keycard door, we can also just turn the keycard system off. Let's continue this way for a minute though. Maybe not. Maybe we should go back because it does cost a key. So let's see what we can get from the other direction. Because the other direction leads further north at this point. But we know that we have a locked door there if we need to use it. So keycard system off. I hope I don't have to turn it back on and off again. I hope this just makes it unlocked. I should have probably done this before, but you just never know if you're going to get a keycard or if you're going to find the utility room. Then guess we want it to be high, because if it's automatically unlocked, then we should theoretically want more of these. Library, nursery, laundry room. Give me the library. Let's order another book. I think the history one, it's by Caleb, is probably necessary. Drafting strategy. I wonder if this somehow adds more shit for your thing, but more draftable rooms to the studio somehow, but I'm gonna hold off on that. This place is huge. Yeah, it sure is. I think I will take the Sightseer's Guide next. We'll go with that. Okay. Maybe the flags that we saw in the one thing will somehow pertain to something in that book. I don't know. Let's see what's this way. Okay, so that's a locked door. And that's... yeah, we have a locked door here and a locked door here. So let's just go ahead and open this. The garage is an interesting probability. We get a lot of key. The attic... 8 items. I've never had the attic. I think maybe I have to take the attic. The conference room obviously seems like the better thing because it's got an up and a down, but I've never had this show up before. We still have one direction we can go. We might get screwed, but 8 items though. A room I've never been in before. I'm not sure if I've actually been. I think I did roll the conference room once, maybe. I'm not certain, but I could be wrong about that. But let's... Garage would be good now that you have the breaker box. Well, yes, it would let me get outside more quickly, but that's all it really does, though. And I don't really have a reason to go back outside right now. So I don't know if it actually ends up being that useful. The 3 keys would be nice, but yeah, I don't know if I really need a shortcut back to the beginning, unless we unlock something big, obviously, but I think I'm going to take the attic. We're still exploring new things right now. Oh, we got our compass back. Okay. Coin, sledgehammer, treasure map. So, rank 6, position 2 has a treasure in it, but I don't think we can get there. Or wait, no, this is position 2, sorry. So in the security room, there should be a treasure to find. Don't bother me, boy. Look down at the falls. Magnifying glass. There's another key and a gem, so those are useful. Don't need to use the key on this because we picked up the sledgehammer. There's a key card, but it's a little bit too little too late now. If we somehow end up with the extra means of going, we could potentially trade the key card or something, but dear Mrs. Marigold, thank you so much for giving your editors April 12th. Thank you so much for giving our editors, opportunity to consider your illustrated children's book, The Red Prince. Unfortunately, I regret that we have come to the conclusion that although the illustrations are wonderful, we do not think the material is a good fit with Ruffington's current catalog, and therefore we will not be pursuing a partnership at this time. If you provided us with a return envelope, your manuscript will be returned to you, otherwise it has been recycled. Rough. Thank you again for thinking of us here at Ruffington, and do not be discouraged to submit any work you complete in the future. We wish you every success in finding a home for your book. Thomas Yanders, editor, Ruffington Red Publishing, Children's Book Department, blah, 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 blah. Change the ending to political. Okay. I'll get a picture of this. April 12th might be important somehow. Did I get everything in here? I feel like I didn't pick up 8 items, but maybe I did. I got treasure map, magnifying glass, sledgehammer, and compass. So that was 4. And then I picked up a key and a gem and a coin. I feel like I'm missing something. But maybe I picked up another of one of those and I just forgot. So I don't see anything else anywhere. There she is with the moon necklace again. It's probably... oh, the key card, right? Okay. Yeah, I just kind of forgot about the key card immediately because it was kind of useless to us. Right, it's literally there. I just didn't even notice it. Okay. Well, the attic was cool, I guess. Could you look at the photo again? This photo? See any tiny text, so I'm just blind. I mean, obviously he's pointing at something, but it just seems like he's pointing kind of... I can't tell if they're on the thing where the brazier is and he's pointing further off to where like the falls area is in general. I'm not sure that this helps me with anything, because I don't really know what he's pointing at. I've been there. I could go back and look at some point for sure. But yeah, I don't really see anything else special. Sorry, 1 second. Just accidentally screwed with something. Okay, there we go. And yeah, as far as her portrait, I don't think there's anything special to interact with. All right, so we basically can only go back to the dining room from here, aside from leaving the place. Man, if only we would just fucking get a... if we could just get a damn boiler room when I get a pump room, man. Like, it's just... I never get them together, ever. It just doesn't ever happen. The thing is, it's not entirely true. I did get them together once, but then they weren't connected via, like, the power stuff, so I just... oh, right. It's maybe a little bit late for a lost coffer, unless it has like a fuck ton of keys or something. Just money. I mean, if I could actually like send my money to the next run, that'd be fucking sick. But I don't. And maybe you can do that with a laundromat, but I don't have that rolled at the moment, so. From the commissary, we could buy some keys, technically. Maybe that's worth the steps, since we have so much money. Maybe a couple extra gems. I hope it's worth the steps. Oh, shit. I went the wrong way. Yes, I did. Fuck me. It takes a lot to get to the commissary, I just realized. Because we'd still be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 just to get back. That's a lot, dude. Maybe we continue this way, and then if we desperately need the keys, we will go back for it. I don't know if that's the right call, but it's what I'm going to do, because we're already at 3 keys and 3 gems. I don't want to waste all those steps if we don't need to. Dark room, we could theoretically do the whole dark room thing, but because the utility room is right behind us, so we could actually make this work for once. I just hate that you have to step into it. Kind of sucks. What a waste. That, personally, I feel is kind of a dumb design, if you ask me, but... I'm not saying it should have to necessarily stay on by default all the time. This is also the first time I've even been able to look at anything in the dark room. At least that's cool. I can barely make out her face. I don't know if this helps us in any way, any of these kinds of images. Bro's taking a picture of himself. Taking a picture of his own camera. $11.28. I swear to God, if there was if the combination was right there the entire time, I'm gonna be so mad. I was told it was kind of obvious, but I definitely didn't see it there if it was. Print notes. HS has requested another print of her ladyship, I assume, for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said that the last development was too dark, so keep an eye on that. Oh, there's a lockpick. It's useful, I suppose. You're in the office. We already solved the office stuff, so I don't think we need to worry about that. Anything here with that for now. Here's a slightly better version of that same picture we saw a minute ago. Still doesn't quite give me any information about anything as far as I can tell. They're all in various different levels of exposure. Maybe tree is cut down. I was gonna say I thought that might be the case. Now, I know there's like a chimney sweep and a maid with a broom in the church for like 2 different numbers. I still don't know if that means anything at all, but and mind you, she isn't really dressed as a chimney sweep. She just has like a duster. Feather duster. Oh, hello. What does this say? Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. And it's a red image, so we don't know if this is what color this thing necessarily is. It just seems... It looks red here, but the entire photo is red, so... Take a picture. Okay. I don't think that gives us any more details. I think that's everything. Well, that was useful. Maybe I should get to the orchard while we can, but we could also open it at the start of the next day, probably. Like, it's gonna cost us basically all of our steps pretty much just getting back there, so I feel like we should just focus on unlocking shit while we can here. Workshop. We have the battery. Let's get the workshop. Even though it's a dead end. We also, I think we maybe haven't rolled this before. The true box does not always contain the prize. Yes, we know that. Is that a music sheet? Giant S. Number 8. So we found the last one. Stones cut by hand and letters wrought do spell our secrets carved from thought. A message read is often lost among the bold words spoken soft. The note is read, the letter is not. So the final word is message, I guess. Assuming that they're in the right order. Got my picture. Did I get the S next to that by any chance? I did. Okay. Just in case that's important somehow. Combine. Sledgehammer battery pack. Oh, plus another thing. Shovel. Shovel sledge. So some stuff it looks like you could maybe combine 3 things, and then others they're green. I guess if it's like just good to go, or maybe red if it's not. So I can put a battery on either of those 3 items, but then it's looking for another item when I do that. So I must need something else. Oh, and here it says electromagnet. That one actually works. So the only thing I can make right now is the electromagnet. I guess for science, yeah, let's give it a try. Maybe we'll find another item that would let us do the shovel or the sledge, but I don't know what it would be, so let's just try this. Okay, what do we got here? Functional powered electromagnet. You are more likely to draw mechanical rooms while drafting. Automatically collect coins and keys when entering. Okay. That's cool. Alright, other way. If we somehow get a bunch of extra steps, I might make my way down to the orchard to unlock it, but, thank you. Would we want a secret passage? We do have the patio. We could get a green, but I don't know if it'll have extra... It might have extra gems, but it might not give us an opening to somewhere else is the only thing. So I think maybe the spare room here. We're probably gonna dead end soon. Well, there's the boiler room. Wait, is the laboratory electromagnet, is it trying to tell me something here? Can you use the electromagnet to power something in the laboratory? My understanding is that you need the boiler room and the laboratory to, or the boiler room to power the laboratory in general, but maybe you can use the electromagnet somehow. I'm a little unsure of what to do here. I'm not sure if getting the boiler room is going to help because it's so far off. Oh, I'm just more likely to... I see. Let me just do the boiler room and then see if I can send power somehow to the pump room. It's probably not going to work, and I don't have a lot of steps to experiment with. But there's plenty of rooms connected to each other, so maybe it'll work somehow if I send it in the correct direction. it's going that way. Hoping if I send it this way, it'll just go along this track, but it may not. I'm gonna go back to the pump room and just find out. I know it's gonna probably use up the rest of our steps, but... Oh yeah, the laboratory, that's true. Hold on. Temporarily let me send power in the other direction. Let's see if we get a laboratory. Because I should try to get one if I can. There we go. Alright, that's something. That's hopeful. Well, we did something. At least the spare room will not transfer power to the pump room. Okay. Unlocked. Well, I figured out what the lever puzzle was because I took a moment to actually look at the periodic table of elements. The Blackbridge Grotto has been permanently unlocked. Each day you may access one offline terminal from the network. Okay. Is that a place I can actually get to from outside? It kind of looked like it was the other side of the reservoir thing, but I'm not sure how to get there. This sucks. It's outside towards the orchard. Okay. I don't know if we're going to make it there today, but I can get there on the next run, probably. None of these seem overly likely at this point. Maybe the trash while digging thing, but the reward doesn't seem overly good. Alright. So we got another permanent unlock. That's sick. Super awesome. Open this to see where it goes. Have to step in. Servants' quarters +1 key for each bedroom in your house. This would have been so nice if it was the one that adds steps, because the thing we really need right now is steps. It's a dead end no matter what, so I think we've dead-ended regardless. I don't know that we can, I don't think we can make it back to the orchard either. It'd be nice if we had the steps for it. Unless, is there somewhere I can... We don't have the kitchen. I wish we had the kitchen. I have so much money. I've not been to the servants' quarters before, I don't think, so at least it's a new room, but yeah, I mean, I guess the boiler room is still there. Let's just get it open. It does cost us our gem, unfortunately, but, oh. Forgot the magnet did that thing. I was like, excuse me? Master bedroom. I thought maybe I could click on these. There are 12 major keys. Is this Hartley's room by any chance? It said that the green ones were lies, but we also don't know if that note itself could have been a lie. Well, okay. It could be. I don't know if it matters, though. Knowing that there's 12 major keys doesn't really tell me really anything that specific. We know there's a lot of special keys in the game. Harley, I know we spoke often of this day, and I don't think there's anything I can say of the past 40 years that I haven't already attempted to tell you numerous times in the past. Half-stated gratitude always interrupted with tactful and polite repudiations from you. I had always known this final letter could give me the perfect opportunity to finally express myself uninterrupted by you and unfettered by social graces, but I don't feel the inclination to say aloud what has always been unsaid between us. With my passing, I release you from your post and service to the Sinclair family and implore you to live the remainder of your years on your own terms, as scary and unfamiliar as a concept as that may be to you. Besides, I think a more junior valet would be better situated to meet the needs of a young Master Simon. To that end, if you wish, you may stay on long enough to oversee the training and establishment of your successor in their post. But as soon as he or she has the lay of the land, my instructions for you to quit must be satisfied. Ignoring what I imagine your objections might be after reading this, I have decided to leave the lake house in Trinsdale to you and your family. My lawyers have all the details of the gift and will be contacting you shortly about the particulars. The past 4 decades, you have served willingly as the subject and victim to my many whims, games, and riddles, and so rest assured, unlike my nephew, you will not be put to yet another challenge to prove yourself worthy in this matter. This house is yours without strings or stipulations. I had for a time gleefully entertained the notion of employing Anne as the house manager of your new residence, but I knew the humor of such a prank would be entirely lost on you, to say nothing of her. Until we meet again, my friend Herbert. Okay. I don't know that there's any specifically important details in this. Lake House in Trinsdale, maybe? I don't think we need pictures of that, hopefully. So this is the only green memo that we have in here, which could be a lie, but I don't know if it really matters much. Okay, let's go to the boiler room and see where that door leads, if anywhere. Okay, I thought I saw an upgrade disc for half a second there. Oh, right, I have to actually reroute the power for this. For the steam, rather. So I don't assume I can just shift this to unlock the door, right? I have to actually still do the steam. Okay. It kind of sucks a little bit. I don't really like the boiler room door having to be done like that after you've done the puzzle, because it's nice to just have the power puzzle done. But whatever. It's not like, you know, if you're getting the boiler room anyway, it's not like you can't redo it. There's power, but I would need the means to get across. I don't have because the elevator thingy is up there still. Wait, hang on. Can I not just... There we go. You can switch the lever on the tank upside, that's all. Wait, so I don't... You just mean this one? I didn't have to do the other stuff. I thought I did for this part too, that I had to switch this. Was that set before? Whatever, I'll figure it out again later. Let's just get the routing done properly again. Why is it... Am I doing it too fast? What's going on? Is it not going where I want it to go? Everything down here can stay the same. Okay, well, then... Oh, I see. I have this unplugged. I guess in that case I should probably send that back up so you can go across it. But then I can't get back down though. Damn it. Hold on. This is annoying. Why is there not like just a way to send this up without you? I screwed myself on something here, but whatever. So that gets the door up there done, but we need the other, that thing done. And just to go back up. Lever. Oh, this one. Okay, I see. I forgot that that lever existed. Well, there's a kitchen, but we don't have any fucking gems. Fuck. I guess I'll just take a sauna and that'll just be it for the day. The kitchen would have been great for our money, but we don't have any gems. Sadly. So the sauna will at least get us 20 extra steps for the following day, which is at least helpful for like the orchard and all that shit. So I think that's what we're gonna go with, and we're gonna have to end the day from there. I wish I could send some of my resources to the next day too, but it's just how it's gonna be, I think, because there's nowhere else I can really go. So, all right, we call it a day because we can't make it back there. And at the start of our next day here, I guess we'll try to do kind of a quick run here. My neck's a little sore, to be honest. I've been so focused on the game, but it's also already 4 hours in, so. Impressive House of Cogs. I'm glad we got the laboratory thing done. I still want the fucking pump room and power room or boiler room thing to happen, but I just can't ever seem to get it to work. Like, it just seems so luck-based. Skirt. Okay. Out we go. Need a freezer to send you coins and gems the next day? Okay. Yeah, this way. We'll go open the orchard. I guess we'll have a look at the other thing that we unlocked. Hey, Dodo, how's it going, buddy? It's about time, dude. The apple orchard permanently unlocked. Oh, 20 extra steps. That's kind of sick. Free sauna every day. I thought it'd be like just a few. My back is fucked again, but my city won the soccer cup, so that's something. Well, I'm sorry that your back isn't doing well. Oh, wait, did that do 2? Or is that... No, okay. For a second there, I thought it lit the back too, and I was like, Seems like there's maybe something here, though. Oh, that caused these to stop having smoke. I hope that doesn't, like, ruin the orchard, right? I'm assuming the orchard still stays the same. But there's something going on here that I wonder if we need that active for. Gardener's Logbook. April 10th, 1992. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms in the house under his care. Oh, by the way, Dodo, did you see the message I sent you? I don't know. I think you might have been on Do Not Disturb on Discord, so you might not have seen it, but there's a new Outlast Trials update coming. Or it might even be out now. I don't remember, but figured might be a reason for us to jump back in again at some point here. Yeah, I linked you the trailer if you want to check it out, but as a result of this improvidence, in the first few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some records of my dealings on the estate as much as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nagula, groundskeeper. Among many commission duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard and entrance drive and east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the west wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the west path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, patio, veranda, morning room, greenhouse, and secret garden all fall within this category. One of the first tasks I undertook as groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot in the both the east and west wings of the house, and while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering that the rooms that would benefit from the survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. Interesting. So specifically, like, these ranks are like the best places to get certain ones, I guess. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, and almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected but powered by gas line, including but not limited to the orchard's smudge pots. Who do they kill in the trailer? I'm not sure they actually killed her if you're talking about the woman, but I think that's she's kind of lore related. I think she might also be I think she's not the one that gives you any of like the upgrades, but she's shown up in some of the trailers as like somebody who's been like trying to help the whole time. So she's like a fellow reagent like we are, but she's kind of like helping to lead the escape, I guess, the undermining of the program, something like that. I forget, because I want to say I saw her in like a previous trailer or two, but you have to actually like dig into the lore to really know anything more, I guess. The smudge pots found among the apple trees here in the orchard are critical necessity thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. I'm hoping that means it's okay that I turned it off for now. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda, currently in the cloister, with the much more appropriate angel Rena. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listened to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner Garth and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only seen Rena's depiction in the chapel. I'm gonna take a picture of this just so I know that this angel's name, because we've seen the Mila statue thing. Sorry for blocking the microphone. We've seen the Mila statue thing. I don't know if that's supposed to be her actual name or if that means something else, but it does make me wonder. All right, so that's it for now. So, oh. It seems like there should be like a gem here or something. There's like a little gem holder or whatever. But it's like on the ground, knocked over, and I can't really do anything with it, so. But that's interesting. Makes sense. Looks like they're actually trying to take over the facility. You need to take something to get go into the event. Maybe, yeah, possibly. I'm not sure. I imagine this sundial might come into place somewhere, but anyway, I'm gonna leave the smudge pot thingies off for now. Hopefully that's okay. Eventually, I wonder if these water fountains are gonna do something because they seem significant. They're all over the outer grounds. We have 3 of the 4 gas valves turned on. The orchard will give us a step bonus for now, at least, which is very useful. So, where is the Blackridge Grotto exactly? Did a gate open? Because this is just the gemstone cavern. Did a gate open somewhere that'll let me get closer to the place? Or is it down here? Walked past it, what? Oh. How did I never notice that was there? Maybe I did and just forgot, but... Whoa. Interesting. On, off. There's a blank space in the middle, though. Small data microchip. Looks like it might be able to be plugged in somewhere. Or if I shouldn't leave that there for now. I was gonna say, admin key is not the same. I don't know what the admin key is. Maybe we learned it somewhere and I don't remember it. I think I'm gonna leave this here. Maybe it will respawn here when we reset the day, though. If we, because we don't need to, like, code check it. So I guess we might as well carry it with us. Obviously, we should be able to do something with that, but I don't know what the admin key is. Maybe there's something in the security office that I missed. It says something about it. Or it could be elsewhere in a different spot, but this seems like another completely big ordeal that we'll have to get through in the long run. All right, let's run into the estate and well, let's do the outer room first, and then we'll run into the estate and try to do a little bit of a speedy day here, because we'll have to end soon. What do we get here? Hovel. Tool shed. I think I've had the tool shed before, but we could take it again. The shelter seems really nice, but it's only really just for the red room thing. Let's try the tool shed this time. Shovel and sledgehammer is just about the best you could ask for, I feel. Depending on what rooms you get, of course. Any freebie coins or anything? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Well, hopefully we get a lot of trunks and digging spots. Skirt. All right. Open. Yeah, sure. Let's do the hallway, I guess. Although, yeah, I guess that's fine. Dead end closet would probably be all right. Just get some more items. The observatory would also be good, but we got a lot of up routes already. Well, not a lot, but enough. I think the closet's a good spot to put here. It is the corner after all. Key and a gem, not the greatest in terms of permanence, but still useful. Okay, go up from here. Chapel, corridor, passageway, costing 2 gems. It's an early passageway. We also don't really need it for that side. The corridor is kind of a bit of a waste. They're all kind of bad, actually. I think I'm just going to do the corridor, save our resources. Den would probably be all right. Parlor, so we could go back to the left, might be the better bet right now. We can more than likely get the den again later. All right, let's do this parlor puzzle. Hopefully it's not as confusing as the last one. This statement appears on another box. The blue box is empty. This statement appears on another box. Well, these are both true. Like, quite literally. I'm just making sure there's no typos or differences. So this has to be a lie. Okie doke. Nook for more keys. Bedroom would be fine. Chapel would let us go down. It doesn't. We don't have any money yet, so the chapel might be worth putting here, just as a means of going back and forth, and we can go down to get something else. Let's do that, even though the keys are probably the better thing to get right now. What are you? A gem. Thank you. Kennel. We have a shovel, too, so the ladyship's chamber. The next time you enter a boudoir, gain 10 steps. The next time you enter a walk-in closet, gain 3 gems. We have not gotten this yet, but the kennel, with what we have so far, feels like the better synergy. We just have to kind of hope this comes up again, I think. I'm going to take the kennel. I do feel a little... Pet the dog. Who's a good puppy dog? Okay. Still says CAT. I don't know if the cat picture means anything at all, but... Oh, for a second there I thought the nail was an actual item. I was like, what do you do with a nail? Okay, we got some coins. 3 of them to be precise, so that's not bad. Woof, woof. Although it did cost us a coin now that I think about it. I really would have preferred some keys there. Speaking of, we could do the garage here. We could do the den. Dead ending here is not the greatest, but I kind of want to get off the chapel route, so maybe just getting a garage is not the worst thing. We have a lot of gems, and getting 3 extra keys to set us up for later seems pretty good. So let's do that. Any other goodies? I kind of wish you could smash the car trunk open too. Ever since, like, every time, I think other than one time, I've not found the car keys and gotten into the car trunk more than once. I feel like I've not seen the car keys in forever. Like, they just aren't showing up anymore for some reason. I don't see anything else in here though. All right, we got our keys. We move on. It's unfortunate that we lost 2 of the coins, but it's fine. Kind of more like we just kind of got like a single freebie coin out of the arrangement. Storeroom could be good. We don't really need it to not dead end here. The extra steps from the nursery could be nice. The bedroom is fine, but not really overly necessary. Let's do this. Doing pretty good on resources aside from money, I suppose, but, you know, otherwise decent. Alright, let's head back this way. Wait, did I get extra mail? What the hell? Oh, allowance. I forgot about that. Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that you've been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient for you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you that I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. Ann Babbage, house manager. I guess it's good we didn't notice it until then, because we would have lost an extra coin in the chapel, but I guess it's like the one downside to getting the allowance that way, like any sort of money early. All right, security room does let us at least continue to the right instead of just straight up dead ending, because it's either that or the spare room here. I think we're just going to go with the security room just so we have it anyway. But we have unfortunately kind of limited ourselves on movement options at the moment. Let's change the offline mode of keycard doors to unlocked in case we come across a utility room. I think it's worth doing that much at least. Just in case it comes up. Alright, so there's that. The den lets us continue that way. That's kind of, well, it's den or dark room at this point. I guess I'll choose den. Even though it's kind of a shitty den. I was hoping for more trunks. We have not really been finding any trunks. Or I also haven't really been rolling any green rooms, which, to be fair, we're not very far in yet. Well, there's a patio. This is bad. I can't continue. I can with the gymnasium, but that sucks. That's the only play I have, because everything else is a fucking dead end already. Alright, fucking gymnasium it is. That just fucking sucks. Because it costs 3 steps just to come through here. Because you lose the one you normally lose, and then you lose another fucking 2. I almost don't want to put anything here. I'm going to just straight up throw the lavatory there just to get it the fuck out of the deck, and I'm not going to walk in. I don't want to lose extra steps. Spare room's our only choice. We need more avenues here, and it's not giving me anything good. Okay, the nook would be fine for some keys. As long as we can connect to the foundation, we at least have a little bit of room to go. The veranda would be nice. It lets us continue upward at the cost of 2 gems, and we haven't gotten this yet, have we? Maybe it's worth checking. We have kind of a lot of everything else. I do want to come back this way, but hopefully there'll be something that lets us just come down. Let's try getting the veranda. Get some dig spots or something. Yep. Woof. So we know that door is unlocked. We do get a gem. Got a turnip for some extra steps. That's nice. Okay. Greenhouse. I want this really bad, but not here, because otherwise we're dead in the water, so the pantry is the only thing we can take. I need a fucking reroll, like, real bad. I guess the laboratory. This has been a very weird layout. I'm getting a lot of apples suddenly. Oh, fuck, dude. Well, I guess that's it for that. That sucks. Super hard. Why did it have to be a fucking keycard door, man? Maybe I should have set this setting to low. It's not going to change it now. But that's like the worst. I can't believe, like, this entire layout, like, I know that I was like a little cocky with a couple of dead ends here, but mainly just the garage. Like, every other room that we've gotten aside from like, I could have put like a spare room here or something, but nearly everything else has been like, I'm not going to give you a way to go north. I'm not going to give you a way to go north. Nope, nope, nope. Like, we just got kind of screwed on the layout on this one. Like, I'm happy that we unlocked the orchard and stuff at the start of it, but it did definitely feel like a waste of a day. Because we effectively got, like, nowhere else. Also, the 20 extra steps from our fucking sauna thing just got completely fucking obliterated because of that. We'll already get 20 extra steps from the apple stuff, which is nice. Or from the orchard, I mean, but that's effectively all we get from it. But yeah, there's no other doors for me to go into, so... Yeah, that blows. That sucks real bad. Well, and unfortunately that's gonna have to be the last one for today because it's already 4:30. I don't really have time to do a whole nother run. Man, what a shitty way to end it. I still wonder if this means anything. This would be 10, this would be 15, this would be 25. Does it mean anything? I don't know. It's clearly not for the orchard, but But I guess that just makes sense anyway. I never really thought about it. But clearly that adds up to fucking 50, so I just thought maybe the individual numbers could mean something when you're just like, oh, well, the values, maybe that makes sense, but obviously it's explained in the fucking note that she's like, you know, they're gonna need 50 steps and, you know, this ought to cover it. So obviously... Well, I'll look at the lavatory in case there's anything in there, but... Nope. Still nothing. Although there's a nice window because it's on the edge. Anyway, yeah, we kind of... What was that noise? We kind of got robbed on this one. Again, I'm not saying I didn't make any misplays. You know, maybe we could have fucked with the security for the... Made the security level for the keycard doors lower, and that might have prevented that other ones from spawning, possibly. But yeah, we just got kind of screwed on all the northward options. Like, we just kept rolling stuff that was kind of only really going, like, sideways mostly. And the few times that we got... There was, like, one time we could have rolled the spare room here, and and we got the security room. There's no guarantee that what we got here was going to connect to the foundation. It was probably a high probability at least, but yeah. Anyway, just kind of sucks that that's as far as we got. But to be fair, if I had taken a little bit more time to consider my options, maybe I would have gotten a little further, but I don't feel like I misplayed that badly. Here's the... Did I take a picture of that portrait? Or the photo, I mean? I don't think I did I? Oh no, I did. It looks like... It's hard to tell, but it looks like the picture where the dude is pointing is maybe down where the brazier thing is, because I see, like, it looks kind of like they're standing on a thing. So I don't think they're just, like, here. I think they're down there in the picture, maybe. But I don't know that looking out over that really tells me anything. If it was trying to point to something. I do see some interesting stuff down there, but again, I don't know what that would do for me at all. It was just like, hey, make sure you go look out over this way, you know, but like obviously there's the Mount Holly thing and all that, but as far as I know, I feel like if nothing else, it's an indication that this thing is itself is important, but I don't know for sure if that's even where they were standing. Could have been somewhere else, I suppose. There's not really many possible places they could have been, though. Look at that picture again. Because, yeah, just looking at, like, the floor that's kind of, like, under and behind the guy, it looks like he's standing on the little platform with the braziers. It doesn't overly look like that's necessarily what they're standing next to, per se, but there's nothing else with a floor like that, if that's what that is. And as far as any of the other spots where there's, like, a crack in the railing thing, kind of like this, I don't really see anything that looks appropriate for all the other details. So I feel like they had to have been at the brazier thingy, but it doesn't seem like he's pointing at anything I can do anything about. He's just pointing. Look over here, I guess. It's a little windy over there, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything. But yeah, I do feel at the very least at this stream session that we got some good progress. We got both of the other two permanent additions. We unlocked the kennel with the drafting studio, and we now also are aware of the existence of the drafting studio so that we know that there's other rooms we can permanently unlock. We know now there's a puzzle in the grotto thingy. I'm just going to return the microchip. I'm sure it doesn't stay with me anyway. Well, maybe I shouldn't return it just in case it somehow does, but assuming this will light up at some point and be interactable, maybe. But yeah, I don't know what the admin password is. I forgot to look in the security room. We still have steps. I guess we could go back there really fast. Just do whatever we can with the time or steps remaining while we're sitting here, unable to really make any further progress in this particular run. So we have, like, the terminal password. We already know that that's Swan Song, but we don't have an admin login sort of thing. With the Grotto thing unlocked, I wonder if we can remote network into the terminal there or something. Check the mail really quick. Oh, right, we can only do that from the office. This is still not doing anything. Yeah, it's not one that that even shows up generally, so yeah, I don't think we have an admin password or an admin login either. Maybe I should have just typed in admin. A lot of the time, admins will just put their login as admin. There might also be something that we found before that tells me the clue, but I just don't know. I don't think there's anything else we can really look at here. Alright, well, we can quickly go, for the hell of it, just try throwing like admin or something into that other terminal, but I don't think it's going to get us anywhere, but we might as well try that and maybe a couple other different words or something. I don't know if we found anything elsewhere that, like I said, maybe gave us a clue that I'm just forgetting about, but... Yeah, I can't really think of much that would make sense here. We just need an admin key. But I really don't know what it would be. What was the lady's name? What lady? Lady Epson? I don't remember. I already tried Epson. I can't remember what her first name is. Does anyone know? I'm just guessing a whole bunch of fucking shit. Maybe, hold on, I have the family tree thingy here somewhere. pictures. I think. Clara. Nope, not that. I tried Mary already. I hope the capitals don't matter. Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different names. I don't know that any names are gonna make sense here. Oops. So it's nobody's like first name, at least not in the family tree. It's not Epson, it's not Sinclair. We tried both of those. So yeah, I have no clue who it belongs to. I've tried a number of the staff names that I could remember. What was the one dude's name? I can't imagine he would be the admin for this though. The one that was fired. I have it in here somewhere. No, not Hartley. I tried Hartley already anyway. Denny Ravane. It must just be an actual password. Presumably. Because I've tried like everybody's name. As far as people that actually like worked here. Including a bunch of other names that are just randomly strewn throughout different stuff. I don't think that we're meant to really solve it this way anyway. What the fuck is this person's name? Fomric? Didn't think so. What about the statue? Probably not. Nope. What about the weird administration thing? Nope. Cinco. Yep, I've got no idea, man. I've looked at like everything. C-A-T. C-A-T. Cat. There's only like one clue. In this room, which is the like little note, the little post-it note, the IIOO or on off off thing here, but that's really it. Which could mean a number of different things depending on how that's supposed to be interpreted, but I don't know if it has anything to do with the admin key at all. Can you even put in numbers on this? Maybe you can. Yeah, I feel like it's not anything to do with that. Anyway, we've been fucking around here for long enough, probably. There might be some way to figure out the solution to this somehow, but I don't know what it would be at this point. I feel kind of like this. I'm sure this means something somewhere, but it may just pertain to like this currently blackened out screen that might come to life later. Nothing else in this room is interactable except for the terminal and then this thing that I can put the microchip back in. But obviously I have to find like other microchips to join it. So yeah, the only other thing, I mean, unless capitals are important, but I'm not going to try every name capitalized. I might try Hartley again really quick, but I don't think capitals have mattered in the past, so I don't know why they would suddenly do that now. Type that whole word. Administrate. Password. 1 2 3 4 5. Okay. All right. Well, we'll have to give that one some thought when we figure it out, or get some other clues. Maybe it's just not something we're meant to be able to solve right now. But yeah, it's a little bit of a confusing one for sure. But yeah, the more this game opens up, the more there's just like even more puzzles to find, and we just have to figure out how to get that last brazier lid there, which the only other room, because we've unlocked the 4 permanent additions, but this one didn't have a valve, so I don't know what we do about that, how we're supposed to get the 4th one lit. It's either that or the gas valve is like further in and we have to manage to open the door, but then that seems like it would be really hard to get this done. I still wonder if we can somehow get through here, but maybe we have to complete the reservoir thing first. But in order to do that, I need the game to fucking cooperate with me. At least I think. And by cooperate, I mean give me the fucking pump room and the boiler room near enough to each other that I can fucking connect them and actually use the goddamn extra tank. I have never been able to do it because they just never give me the RNG necessary to do so. I'm sure it'll happen eventually, maybe, but it just never has, so. Anyway. Well, we fucked around for long enough. We're already, like, at 5 hours anyway. I'm sorry for mostly just kind of standing around at the end here, but yeah, if we come down here, I can just show you what I'm talking about. I don't know, by the way, if it's possible to put, like, just enough water in here to do it as well. I'm assuming any amount of water in there is going to make it not good. Like, we won't be able to fully traverse it, because it probably just won't let us walk in. But I think all we need to do is find a way to access the thing that I need to access that I was talking about, so we can drain this even just 1 tick maybe, so we can get into the boat and cross. There's clearly stairs over there, if you look closely, that actually lead, if I like angle down, you can, or to the side here, the lighting changes and you can see in the corner they lead all the way down to the bottom. So there's obviously a means of like actually draining the whole thing, but I think we don't necessarily need to. We might be able to use the boat initially, and then later we might have to drain the whole thing. Though I'm not sure how you do that. If we might drain the water here back into the fountain once we manage to unlock this other side, because when we unlock the other side, we can probably put the rest of this water into the reserve tank in the pump room and back into the fountain, and then use that direction to get in and come in. And then the stairs might lead down to something from that end rather than from here to there. That there's, lets us unlock something further down. There's water in the fountain. You will not be able to get down through the fountain. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. But yeah, thanks for the confirmation anyway. Because yeah, as of this time, all we can get you down here is this room, which gives us basically nothing. I have a picture of this anyway. Something, Jill points, dreams, angel points. I don't know. We know the fountain entrance is like here, according to this thing, but all the numbered stuff, including the very hard to read one, the buried floor plan at number 10, nothing is really showing up on this. We don't know what this little dais thing is or what it does, because I can't interact with anything in here. At least not yet. And at some point, it seems like we'll be able to open this door eventually from somewhere. But yeah, the only other thing we can do from here, we can't push this the whole way through. It either blocks, that end over there, but I think we want to keep this pulled this way so that when we do eventually solve that side of it, we can actually come in, because I'm not sure if there'll be a handle on the other side of the minecart. But yeah, we can use this to come down here, but obviously in here is this maybe endgame puzzle or something that looks like it has a whole lot going on. Lots of different little cubby areas here that we can potentially get to for something, but I still have no idea what all this is about or means yet, and it's probably going to be a while before we figure it out. So maybe I'll do more blueprints on next stream, although, and Friday will again be an early stream for more Elden Ring Convergence with Charlie. That is the current plan, but unless I work in like a bonus stream at some point, I don't know if I want to like keep doing nothing but blueprints for the other 2 days of the week each week until we like beat the game. So I might mix in some other stuff. We'll see. I'm still having a great time with this game. It's just that obviously I realize some people might also want to see other stuff beyond just this game. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But definitely I'll probably play more this Wednesday at least and see if we can get any more major progress at all. But yeah, we'll just see how it goes. But anyway, we'll go ahead and leave it there. Yeah, glad that we made some good progress. It sucks that this last run got cut short so fast, because I feel like I could have made more progress if the RNG hadn't kind of screwed us there. But like even just this door not being a fucking keycard door would have meant we could have continued, but because we had plenty of keys. But yeah, we just got kind of screwed on there just being like not really. I mean, again, I probably made some misplays. I'm not saying it's entirely RNG, but you just never know. Anyways, yeah, y'all, thank you so much for hanging with me today. I appreciate it very much, as always. I'm gonna go ahead and head off, but like I said, I should be back on Wednesday. We'll probably do some more of this. I do have some other games I do want to play soon, so we'll probably start working some other stuff in. At some point, I want to play some more Helldivers, just as, again, a here and there, because I haven't really played it much for a while, and I do still kind of like doing occasional streams over here and there, and obviously Fridays are normally when I would try to do that, but we're doing that with the stuff with Charlie right now, so we might just work in some occasional Helldivers here and there, but we'll see. And then I'm assuming at some point Dodo and I might also do another Outlast stream, we'll see, because there's another new update out, so. But yeah, anyways, y'all, have a great rest of your day / night. Thank you again for hanging here. I appreciate you very much, as always. Take good care of yourselves. And, yeah, I guess I'll see you all in the next one. All right. Peace out, everybody. Bye-bye.